really sieging. It's not always that armies in Dwarf Fortress do a proper siege, but these goblins here are doing a proper siege. They're just waiting. So, rather than, like, meet them outside, because I really don't want to fight them outside. Not that I'd lose. We'd probably win. I mean, I do have a pretty stacked army, but I don't really want to lose any dwarves, and I don't feel like cleaning it up. So, instead, we're just going to wait. And that's kind of all there is to it, really. Yeah, we're just going to wait. I mean, there is still plenty of stuff up here, or maybe not up there, but over here that we are gathering. I mean, we did set several forgotten beasts up this tunnel way, which is kind of turned the last siege into a pile of bits and pieces of bone and crackety tiny pieces of dead goblin. Anyway, we're currently, I guess, removing a bunch of that stuff. So that's currently what we were doing, is putting stuff away, fixing stuff, and you know, just keeping the fort clean. So if anybody would like a dwarf, let me know. I got plenty. Looks like one of my gnomes died. That's sad, actually. But I have a pet, I guess. I have a Gnome Petting Zoo right here. We do give them booze, but unfortunately they're not tameable in any way, so I can't really, like, you know, make them do things. They just kind of exist there. But the current named dwarves in the fort are Troopin, Acre, Mistrunner, rolling down, Frog, who made it out just barely, Mark, Disco. Let's scroll down a little bit. Sideways, Ambloco, Orange, Space Pirate, Ghost, Bit, who's not named Dwarf, but the Were Creature in the Fort, Dorfus, Pink Fluffy Llama, Bellinaire, and Brewhogger down at the bottom. Anything to keep chat active is helpful, and chat's very quiet this morning, which is fine. Like I said, I'm not being very engaging. I'm tired, so. You watered your plants today? Certainly hope you would water your plants. Maybe not today specifically, but just in general. Very important to water your plants. Waiting for dwarves to store stuff in tombs. Should probably just cut through that. You do regularly water your plants? I don't know if I'd describe watering plants as fun. I think it's probably my least favorite part of having plants. I think watching plants grow is fun. I have a bajillion available. What job do you want? Maybe not a bajillion. I mean, we have 101 dwarves in the fort. And making bacon. If that means you want a dwarf, you got to tell me what kind of dwarf you want. Or just say no preference. Dealer's choice. I don't actually pick things. I'm just going to close my eyes and stare straight up and be like, blah, 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 blah. You are Urist. Faulted. There you go. She feels wonder after communing with Nokor Fountain Clean, the birth of yearlings, who clearly is a deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a male dwarf, and is associated with creation, birth, rebirth, and death. And you're an adequate hammer dwarf, but you're a little rusty, so you're one of my hammer dwarves. She's 78 years old, born on the 4th of Malachite in the year 120. She is corpulent, and her hair is clean shaven, and she has a prominent chin, and her ears are have nearly fused lobes. Her heliotrope eyes are slightly close set, and her hair is black. Her skin is dark peach. She is strong and slow to tire, but slow to heal. You like borax, fine pewter, trapezoolite, tower cap wood, and clear glass, goose leather, and giant magpie tooth, and giant hamster parchment. That's an oddly specific type of parchment. And the color green and cavies for their call. And the words of the amethyst orbs and the sight of the embraces of lathering. And when possible, you prefer to consume nautilus, cabbages, and strawberry wine, and you can't stand jumping spiders. She personally does not particularly care about craftsmanship, and dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. She rarely is moved by curiosity and often acts with compassion. She tends to be swayed by emotional appeals and is quick to anger. She is quite polite, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She likes to take it easy and often feels envious of others. She has an active sense of humor, and she is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this since she values friendship, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Cook if no preference? Okay, gotcha. The thing is, you gotta give me something to go on. You can't just be like, I want a dwarf, unless, like, you want a dwarf. But the number of times people have been like, I want a dwarf, and then I'm like, all right, and then I give them a random dwarf, and they're like, not that dwarf! I'm like, well, you didn't specify. Or like, how dare you make me a male dwarf? I want to be a lady dwarf. Or how dare you make me a lady dwarf? I want to be a goblin. It's like, I fucking specify. Why'd you say dwarf then? So yeah, just give me some sort of instruction when I ask if you want dwarf. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect and martial prowess, is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. And she inhales sharply. And when she's angry, she begins speaking in monotone. All right, I don't think I've seen that one before. And whenever she's enraged, and she scratches her nose when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Something else that I think is kind of funny is there was a person once who left a comment on one of my YouTube videos, and I feel kind of bad, but this person left like a 1-page instruction on the exact dwarf that they wanted. They're like, they have to be kind, they can't do this thing, they have to be an axe dwarf in the military, and all the, like, literally just like wrote a fan fiction of their OC, and I was just like, I want you to find me this dwarf and give me this dwarf. And I was like, I'll try, and I'm just like, I've never seen a dwarf that has even remotely close opinions to that. So you wanted a cook. I got bunch of beekeepers for some reason. I don't actually have anybody who's like listed as a cook, like at all. Like I got planter, milker, a couple cheesemakers, they're actually making cheese, a butcher, and then some beekeepers, which aren't beekeepers. I could, you killed a rotten beast? Really? That's actually a hammer dwarf. You want a planter? I'll be careful to not accidentally give you a military dwarf. Yeah, you're not in the military. Breakfast. Bacon. I, for some reason, feel like I spelled the word bacon wrong. Going to assume that that's not the case. It's like bacon. Hey, there you go. There we go. Within the last season, she was blissful, remembering dining in a legendary dining room. Have no fear, she says. So your mom and dad are Krabicus and whoever that person is. So Krabicus, the legendary weaponsmith who's followed us from fort to fort, actually. Been in several forts. Were you originally born here? Former member of the Coven Crown and a former member of the Climactic Dwelling. Yeah, so this dwarf was in my previous fort under the Climactic Dwelling. I can't actually remember where that was. Hold on, let me look. Which one was the Climactic Dwelling? Faltering Sand, Halls of Defending. It wasn't down here, was it? Yeah, okay. So you came from the haunted fortress of Union Theater. You and your both your parents came here from there. That's kind of fun. You also don't have any other jobs assigned because you grew up here. So I can actually give you cooking. Can make you into a cook. She is 12 years old, born on the 18th of Slate in the year 186. She is weak and skinny, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her somewhat splayed-out ears have nearly fused lobes, and she has a prominent chin. Her heliotrope eyes are close-set, and her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. And she's the daughter of Krabicus and Udil Workberries, and a faithful worshiper of Deller Diamondcrest the Mountainous, who, of course, is a deity associated with mountains, takes the form of a female dwarf. You also worship Imaz, the defensive, who's the deity of laws, who takes the form of a female dwarf. Good day, Einstensfy. How's your day been? And she likes marcasite, pig iron. I don't even know what marcasite is. She likes pig iron, praise, and wren leather. The color brass. Brass a color? That's like a shiny gold, isn't it? Cabochons and leather armor, and floodgates and goblets and dogs for their loyalty. The words of the orbs of meditating, the sound of the adorable lark, and the sight of the lacy wonders. And when possible, you prefer to consume blacktip reef shark and black bullhead, and garden cress, and persimmon wine. Only one of those is really easily achievable. And you can't stand jumping spiders. Normal spiders are fine. Jumping spiders scary. Personally believes that martial prowess defines good character of an individual, and believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Strongly believes that an ordered society without deceit is best, and disregards tradition, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Dreams of creating a work of art. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. You now have all of the healthcare jobs. Disregards tradition and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Is truly fulfilled by assisting those in needs, and she is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments, and she is often sad and dejected. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She is often nervous and somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She often feels lustful, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She is quite ambitious, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She winks when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. I haven't thought about these are a few of my favorite things in a while. Goblins are killing camels again. How am I? I am having a horribly hard time waking up today. That's how I am currently. Aside from that, I'm fine. Like, it's taken way too long for me to wake up today. It's almost like it's the last stream of the week. I normally wake up way quicker than this. Like, this is abnormal for me. Normally by this time of day, I'm like, good to go, awake, like, ready to stream, all that jazz. But not today, apparently. Not today. LinkedIn keeps sending you notifications about your unread notifications. You know, I've never actually made a LinkedIn account. I've had some people tell me that I should make a LinkedIn account. It seems like a really good way to accidentally dox yourself in this industry, though. So, I haven't made a LinkedIn account. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a website. That's kind of my opinion on it. That's just every industry, though. It's just like all of the promoters that will send me emails saying paid opportunity or sponsorship opportunity, and then be like, sorry, we sent that to the wrong person. And I'll be like, thank you. Yes. Yes, thank you. Meaning you checked my stats after you sent the email, and then we're like, shit. Feeds are just people humble bragging about how they became CEO or super successfully self-employed. Humble bragging? That's just Twitter. That's just Twitter and people trying to promote their book. Or memorializing a bunch of dwarves that died. Oh, I know what I was going to do. Slab. Do I have other slabs queued up? I do not. Also, man, this poor mayor. Nobody needs more Twitter in their lives? Elon wants to buy it. Allegedly. So my mayor wants me to make a table out of zinc for them. I can't because I don't have zinc. Of course, it's like the one material I don't have. I could have done gold. Could have done silver. Could have done platinum. But no, they want zinc. They want the worthless material. They're going to go weed eat and mow the lawn. Sounds like being a homeowner. Have a good time eating the wheats and mowing the lawns. Yeah, I feel like most work-related social media platforms are the equivalent of a pit of snakes, or could fit the description of a pit of snakes. That's, you know, just kind of my take. Don't know how accurate of a take that is, but that's just kind of my take. Most work-related or work-associated social media platforms could just be considered a pit of vipers. Because they all just kind of feel that way. They're all just kind of a mess. Or a lot of them just kind of are a mess. And the dry season has come, which I think is summer. God, I really wish the toes of my right foot would stop hurting. That's like the part of my body right now that's aching that bothers me. Why do my toes hurt? It's like, how in the world did I sleep last night that my fucking toes hurt? This kind of doesn't make any sense to me. While we wait for the game to save. We'll get there eventually. Come on, game. You can do it. I have faith in you, sort of. Maybe. I think. Saving on this world has gotten kind of slow, unfortunately. It has gotten kind of slow. There we go. Autumn has arrived on the calendar. Autumn's dry season? And what's summer? Dry season part 1? Must be. Well, they'll continue digging all that stuff out. So we are still kind of hoping that we'll actually have enough space for more dwarves. But just kind of peeking around, we have lots, and I do mean lots, of space available for looms. So I think we are going to crank up the clothing industry in this fort. So what I think I'm going to do is we're going to make a room down here. We're going to fill it up with looms and clothers and appoint a bunch of clothers. We're actually going to try and get a proper clothing industry up and running because there is so much in this fort in the way of silks that we might as well just get a proper like spider silk making industry up and running and get like good clothing for everybody, because currently something that this fort is very much lacking in is quality clothes for everybody, and everybody's clothes keep going bad because it's just kind of an industry that I've been sort of ignoring for the first half of this fort. So let's try and just get like a proper clothing industry up and running. We're gonna make a big space down here and get that working. But as always, anything to keep the chat moving is greatly appreciated because chat's kind of quiet this morning. Once again, I think it's because I'm just half awake and just kind of rambly today. So if anybody has any questions or anything they want to know about DF or just want to talk about your own fort or completely unrelated work things, any kind of conversation is appreciated. But we're going to plunk down here, do a bit of this. I don't know how big I need to actually make this room. I think we could also do some more bedrooms back here too. There's plenty of space. Let's go all the way down to there. That'll be fine. For our clothing section, and then also maybe a little bit more space going along this way for storage. And then you got lost in browsing games on Steam. It's a never-ending hole. I can confirm. It is a never-ending hole. Never seen so many coming soon games listed on a sale page before. That's something that I've noticed more and more about Steam sales. Is Steam sales don't feel like sales anymore. They now seem like loosely veiled promotions for games that aren't out yet. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, it's a sale. And by sale, we mean game that's not out yet. If you're distracted by the thoughts of a different game you played last night, you mean Citizen Sleeper? What about it? I only played 2 games yesterday, so. Unless you're talking about the blind drinks whiskey while talking about unrelated racing things and e-scooters. Why would it be inappropriate to discuss other game that Blind has played on this stream while Blind is playing other game? What? That's, you know, we talk about geopolitics all the time. How is that more or less appropriate than a game that I played on stream last night that I'm planning to finish today on stream? I don't understand why that thought process would even be present, but all right. Mayor's created a mandate, eh? Oh, no, we finished the mandate. Ghost, why do you want a frickin' zinc table? Of all of the materials, you chose zinc. All of the materials you chose. I'm asking why it makes sense to you. You're the one who said it, so I'm asking where that thought came from. Doesn't need to make sense. I'm just asking where the fuck did that thought come from? It's a silly thought. In regards to puzzle games, though, Aqua, this one's good, and nobody seems to know it exists. It's also on phones. It's pseudo free-to-play on phones, but for $12 on phones, you can turn off all of the microtransactions. Or it's just $12 on Steam. But it's like, hey, crosswords for assholes. Dwarf shouldn't talk about Citizen Sleeper. And my thought is, fuck your thoughts. Simple as that. Yeah, Zach Gage. No. So Zach Gage is not Zachtronics. There's 2 different Zachs. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Zachtronics was founded by Zach Barth, who's the lead designer of Opus Magnum, Shenzhen IO, Space Chem, Infinifactory, and the game that inspired Minecraft. Zach Gage is apparently 37 years old. Made really bad chess, Spell Tower, Card of Darkness, Tharsis. You made Tharsis, really? Huh. Tharsis and like a bunch of like oddly specific iOS games, which can all be found here. White Pony 1, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. That's fine. We can all be late. But yeah, he's kind of a legend in like mobile game design, but different Zach. Also very complicated puzzle games though, so it makes sense why you would confuse the two. But how's your week been, White Pony One? Oh shit, I guess the siege left. Earlier than I thought they would. I was like, okay, they'll be here for a while. So I was kind of prepping on just being here for a bit, but pop open the drawbridge. Pop open this lever. Went back down to here. Well, a little further down actually. Got a lot of stuff to sell. That bridge needs to go down. Hopefully that gets pulled quickly. Going to start planning a new fortress today? You gonna build that over the weekend or something? I'm just like in a lot of pain this morning and I'm not totally sure why, and it's very perplexing. I wish it would cease. But I'm just trying to figure out what to do with this world. I think that this might be the last fort I play with this faction for now. I think I might take a break from this faction and play a different faction in this world for a couple of forts and then come back to this faction. I've been enjoying this faction. It's been fun, but there's some dwarves down here I'd like to mess around with a little bit, as well as some dwarves up here I'd like to mess around with, and some back here as well. Everything in this world is very spread out because it's like small number of factions, but it's a large world, so I always play in the same world map. Do you always is such an all-encompassing question. Have I been recently? Yes. Do I always? No. That's like saying, do you hate? Well, hate is a strong word. Do I typically? That's also too specific. Am I currently? Yes. Do I always? No. Do I typically? Sometimes. It's like I don't like it's way too, again, specific. I think we're gonna top that off today. It's kind of like saying, how do I word this? I'm trying to figure out how to like convert this into like normal people speak, because I had like this really roundabout way of coming to a simple answer and kind of stating the same thing a second time. It's like saying, do you typically sit down when you're finished walking? It's like, well, depends if there's somewhere to sit or not. And it depends where I walked to, and where I came from, and where I am currently. It's a lot of variables. So, do I typically play in the same world? Sometimes. People seem to think or assume that Dwarf Fortress is a much more static game than it actually is. And that people have like set strategies and ways of playing, which I certainly don't. I certainly do not. Okay, let's get this trading done. But in this particular world, yes, I would like to play more of this particular world. And the psychotic outpost liaison that keeps going insane says, I'm your outpost liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. I wish you'd die. Maybe you'll start a fort on Monday. You filled up a file system this morning and things got very angry. File system? What do you mean by file system? Do you ever actually heed those? Yes, sometimes actually, because for me those, hey, this drive is almost full warning, usually means that I've been building too many different projects in Adobe and its temp files. I've filled up my hard drive and I won't be able to load another project file if I don't clear out some files. So then I, go into Windows Stat and delete some shit. Oh, okay, you filled up a root. I understand what you mean. Yes, that is suboptimal. I want to fill that up. I've talked to some people before that are just like, yeah, I don't put anything on my OS install drive. It's like, it's just my OS. That's the only thing that goes in there. And I'm always just like, how? How do you only do that? How do you not fill up that drive? I find that to be completely impossible. All right, well, most of these dwarves are just getting rid of shit, so. Did those merchants leave? Oh my god, they are taking the long way. I guess that makes sense. That door technically opened first and they take the closest way out, but jeez. That is a long way into the fort. I'm a little bit shocked to see them go that way. Just wasn't expecting them to take the lowering route. It's like, yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Do you access the caverns is actually a really good analogy to that. Try to keep things separated. You've always needed disk space for a while now. Drive prices went up. Yep. You're waiting for them to go back down. They just haven't. I have a feeling we're in a point right now for a lot of things. This, like housing market maybe notwithstanding, but like when it comes to tech stuff, it's like when you say, I'm waiting for prices to go down, just buy it. Because the prices ain't going down. Except for maybe on NVIDIA cards. Those are very obviously inflated. But like drive prices have gone up, but they haven't gone up exponentially. So I wouldn't really expect them to get significantly cheaper at any point. But, I mean, I've been like trying to build a server for a while. Should have ordered zinc. Oh well. I could buy that zinc cage, though. But, yeah, no, I mean, a lot of... a lot of tech stuff just kind of has gone up and then come down a little bit. Sort of like Frog Fire has said. It's like, I do feel like hard drives have come down, but they haven't come down enough that, like, they feel like they've gone down. Like, they're certainly cheaper than they were early 2020, because early 2020 they were ridiculously overexpensive. And like they've come down a little bit, but still not to what I would consider to be reasonable. Okay, is anybody actually bringing stuff? I think that'll be it for trading. Let's release the trade dwarf. Wait for them to start digging this out. IR Stupid stole your third spot. I mean, IR Stupid was in second. Apollyon stole the second spot, which naturally pushed you, like, out of third. H2O. Apologies. It's funny, like, you're typing in these prices and I'm going, man, these seem so cheap. And then I'm like, right, yeah, because you're typing in American. Like, for me, it's like a 16 terabyte drive is like $800. And I know because I have one of those. But when I bought it, it was like $450. There you go. Apollyon pushed you out of the third spot. You were still in third when I went to bed last night. Or rather, no, you were pushed out by Frog for Hire initially. But, you know, it's kind of funny. You know, you want to know how to tell if it's been a slow week for this streamer financially? If you look at the weekly top cheers on this channel and there's less than 10 people that have cheered, it's been a slow week. If less than 10 people have thrown bits at me in any format, doesn't matter how much or how little, if less than 10 people have thrown, it's been a slow week. It's certainly been a slow week. See one for 239. Generally, the way Canadian prices for electronics stuff go is take the American price, add 30% for currency conversion, and then add 10% for tariffs and taxes. You just double them? No, it's about 40%. It's about 40 to 50% higher than whatever the American price is listed as. All right, so I have another gnome, which I can assign to this chain. Hell yeah. But how you doing today, H2O, aside from not being on the listed leaderboard anymore? I'm sure you'll survive, though. But yeah, no, I just have kind of come to terms with the fact that I can't afford any of the electronics I actually need anymore, so I don't really worry about the ones that I want. Currently, a server is something that I want. Synthesizers are stuff that I want. I can't afford the stuff that I currently need, which is like a graphics card and basic computer upgrades and a new hard drive for my PC because I need one directly in my computer, or rather solid state drive, I guess. Old terms. So when it comes to like extra electronic stuff that I want, like a server to run stuff, which would make things easier, but it's not something I really need. Well, nothing's going to be purchased anytime soon is all I'm going to say. Not even remotely close to anytime soon. What, getting booted off the leaderboard? Yeah, I mean, can't confirm. It is the worst thing that could possibly happen to a human on Earth, is being knocked off of a Twitch leaderboard that they had so graciously coveted. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Well, that's lovely. So we get a miner, a butcher. Was apparently a legendary butcher. Wow. I wonder what the difference between like a shitty butcher and a legendary butcher is. Somfeb. That's a weird last name. Oracle Arrows. It's got to just be like an uncommon like combination, but I don't believe I've ever seen a dwarf with a name that looks like that. It's just a weird looking name. They're apparently a spear dwarf, so I'm going to put them in the military. You're a trader. You dream of raising a family. You're an adequate axe dwarf. Well, you can just join the military. That's fine. You're a metal crafter. You can continue being a metal crafter. Let's see. Oh, that's a small migrant wave. 5 of them, maybe? Yeah, looks like 5 of them. All right. Been bitten by another cave spider. So now I've got 2 mountain gnomes again. Still don't have a breeding pair, though. Not that I'm convinced they'll actually breed, but it'd be cool if they would. I really wish that gnomes could speak so that we could integrate them into dwarven society. I want to have like a fortress of gnomes. Maybe I should mod my game so that gnomes can talk. Because they're literally just like Dwarf, but smaller. The issue is they're mute, so because of that, they have no culture and and they're sentient, but minimal like knowledge of the world surrounding them. Man, the video I uploaded to YouTube this morning, literally nobody watched it. Makes me kind of sad. Not gonna lie. Can they not write? Not to my knowledge, no. They can't craft, they can't make clothes. Like, literally, they have less skills than kobolds. Kobolds can communicate with other kobolds, and they can, like, coordinate thefts of things. These guys can't even do that. They just show up and drink your booze. That's literally all they do. Like, they have no ability to plot. They're not evil. Well, dark gnomes are, but mountain gnomes aren't evil. They have no ability to plot. They can't communicate. They can't do anything. It's like the gnomes can't speak, whereas kobolds can speak. Just the problem is their language is nonsensical gibberish, so they can only other kobolds can understand what a kobold means. So if a kobold says kobold A says something to kobold B knows what kobold A meant. But if a gnome looks at gnome A, if gnome 1 speaks with gnome 2, gnome 2 doesn't know what gnome 1 meant. Basically, it's like they don't have language. They don't have functioning language, so they are incapable of communicating even with each other. Yet somehow they can all show up at I guess they follow each other around is what they do. But like, they're like these weird naked dwarf-like characters that can't speak in Dwarfort. I guess they're technically a magical creature because they only show up in the good biomes. But good meeting and post meeting. I like that you need to have a meeting after your meeting. It's the post meeting, the meeting that happens after the meeting. So once you're done with the meeting, then you continue meeting because the meeting is not all about what the meeting was, you know. Gesture beer movement. Yeah, they speak in gesture in the general direction of the beer and then to go drink it. It's a very complex life-focused ideology. And I have apparently captured a bunch of camels, so let's slaughter them all. Also, Dwarf appears to have adopted a cat. Different topic. Yeah, but it's the same meeting. All right, let's, whoa. I'm apparently out of plant. Let's go up to the surface and gather a bunch of plants. Go gather everything that's up there. Should slaughter the cat. Can't slaughter a named animal. Do you actually have, like, any logical reason for why I would slaughter the cat, aside from just screw cats? That's usually why people tell me to slaughter cats in DF. Getting all those body bits dumped. Well, dwarves will not slaughter a pet. So if an animal has been claimed as a pet, which in this case it has, I cannot slaughter it. So even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. I'd have to like trap it somewhere and then crush it, which is just mean. And I'm mean, but I'm not that mean. Because that's just impolite. So. But no, this is a named cat. It's named Bambul Tubal Katur, the cat. It's owned by Dwarf. So even if I hit the slaughter button, nothing will happen. Sure, I'm just explaining how the game works, though. That's me running on automatic right now, and I'm kind of running on automatic today, so apologies if I don't immediately notice humor. But I'm kind of running on automatic today. I keep the rats out. To me, sometimes I swear that they're not keeping the rats out. They're actually just causing rats to spawn, which isn't untrue, but also isn't true. Like, you don't see vermin a lot of the time unless there's an animal that attracts vermin. So you won't see vermin unless your cat attracts vermin so that vermin appears so that the cat has vermin to kill. Sounds like your working hours. I mean, this is my working hours. I am is working, and it is hours. It is daytime. I've been working for 1.51 hours. Wait, that's not true. 1 hours and 51 minutes. There you go. Because that would be 1 hour and 30 minutes. Although I've kind of been working a little bit longer than that because I did some prep stuff before I started. But so, I don't know. Hour 45-ish. Because I was like making coffee for like the first 10 minutes I was streaming and not actually streaming. Let's just get rid of bodies. Where's body parts? Dump all body parts. Corpses. Dump all corpses. Let's get this stuff thrown out. We do not need it. Quick maths? Do you ever like do quick maths and realize you fucked up your quick maths? Because that's most of the time I do quick maths. Majority of the time I do quick maths. I do the quick maths and then I'm like, wait a second. Shit. I need to not throw out all that stuff. Too late. I already threw out some of my seeds. Whoops. Although, I didn't mean to dump all this. Did the wrong hotkey combination. Meant to do that. Gather plants. There we go. Down here and just make sure somebody's got the gather plants job. Doesn't look like anybody does. Plant gathering. Let's give you plant gathering. Hey, Cybrek, you want to go gather plants? Yeah, you do. How about you? The ton? Get a few of them plant gathering. Find some other dwarves with no jobs. You can also go gather plants once you're done reading, of course. Plant gathering is a job that happens once every so often and it just kind of needs to be done once it's happening. That actually is what it is. Frog for hire is the vermin is hidden until the cat kills it. There was one fort where I had like, I don't know, 5 cats in it. And then all of the cats died because, well, let's just say we ate them. Anyway, before we ate the cats, there was just dead vermin everywhere in my fort. Like the entire fort was just filled with dead vermin. And it was very annoying. It was like just a constant. And like dwarves were getting, like I was getting notifications that dwarves were pissed because of all of the vermin everywhere. And then I ate all the cats, and then nobody was pissed about vermin being everywhere anymore because they were like, well, they don't see it. It's just like the ignorance is bliss kind of feeling, you know what I mean? Ignorance is bliss. Although, chat, we do have a sad problem. We no longer have 369 subscribers because somebody's sub dropped. So now we're back down to 368. So we need to fix this problem again. Sometimes you got to keep it up to 69. You know what I mean? All right. How's this back room that we're digging out going? Yay, it's done being dug out. Let's get this other half over here smoothing started. Then up here, we're going to make a bunch of looms. make 6. Maybe 7. I'm actually kind of cold. I'll put a hoodie on. I have this problem where I'm not a Discord partner anymore, but all of my hoodies are Discord partner hoodies. Oh, great. The Outpost Liaison is tantruming again. Fantastic. I really wish I could accuse them of crimes. Actually, can I? Hold on. I could blame it on a dog, but... could also blame it on the deceased. Wow. I am arresting my Outpost Liaison. Let's see how this goes. Pretty sure. Don't currently have a captain of the guard. Let's give this dwarf captain of the guard. Make you captain of the guard, and give that to the captain of the guard. There we go. We now have a captain of the guard. Let's see what they do. But chat, since we're a little lurky, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. If anybody wants a dwarf, give me a shout. We'll do our best to get you dwarfed. Just trying to keep the chat moving. I don't know. That's like weirdly spotty today. I think everybody's just kind of having a Thursday, you know what I'm saying? I'm certainly having a fucking Thursday. It's like, God, my brain, come back, please. So let's see how this goes. Where the heck's the captain of the guard? There he is. Brand new captain of the guard. So what, interesting. They didn't give a sentence to him. Dwarf, on the other hand, is going to prison for 29 days. You're way slower than usual? I mean, you're usually pretty slow. So, you know. I mean, generally we confuse you with a snail. Brewhogger. Like, it's impossible to not. You'll have a dwarf if you don't have one already? You definitely don't have one. Do you have any preferences? Sleepy day? You fucking betcha. Jesus. You're putting the bar at a very specific new low? Wow. It's pretty low. Weaponsmith? Well, I got a bunch of furnace operators. Technically, I don't have any weaponsmiths, but that's because we haven't been making as much weapon. Give you a furnace operator, though. Wreck. He was lonely after being away from friends and restless after being unable to wander for too long. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. 87 years old, born on the 8th of Malachite in the year 111. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed. That's the line that I ended up on. He has a high voice and a prominent chin, and his slightly sunken heliotrope eyes have large irises, and his somewhat broad ears are extremely tall. His dark peach skin is wrinkled, his nose bridge is slightly convex, and his hair is black with flecks of gray. How many furnace operators does it take to operate a furnace? Yes, but we have like 6 furnaces. So, yes, but also no. Magna likes lignite, iron, and yellow sespertine, round lime wood, and the color raw umber. Amulets and catapult parts and alpacas for their wool. Kangaroo monsters for their rhythmic undulations. I'm pretty sure those are demons. You like kangaroo demons for their rhythmic undulations. And the words of the orbs of meditating and the sight of the velvety queen, and when possible he prefers to consume spider monkey and turnip wine. Fantastic. But you can't stand muscles. Personally sees the concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries to never associate with such secretive fools. He thinks there is something deeply wrong with people that have persevere through adversity and values cunning and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Values a harmonious existence and finds artwork boring. Investments are open, though, which isn't boring. He is a coward, completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger, and never becomes angry, though he is a nervous wreck. He dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is a pessimist and rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He does not often feel lustful and is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He lives a fast-paced life and likes a little excitement now and then. Tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and doesn't focus on material goods and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is quite polite and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, runs his fingers through his hair when he's nervous. When he becomes exasperated, he begins to speak very deliberately, and when he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes. Becomes very focused during conversations. When he's angry, he needs alcohol to get through the working day. That's a complex dwarf. Welcome to the fort, Magna. I'm sure you do have other gigs. Yes. Thought about all-inning for a second there. And then I changed my mind. Then I changed my mind. But yeah, so this whole area right here is going to become a spot for weaving. We're going to be assigning a bunch of dwarves to work at the looms. I'm going to get rid of those. I'm going to make a cloth stockpile. Just going to go right there. Means there's going to be a lot of hauling that needs to be done in the next couple minutes. That's all of this cloth is going to be coming over. All this thread, too. I can confirm I've got a lot of cloth. I'm actually going to check. How much gold do I have right now? Lots. All right. Gold bin. Like 100 gold bins. Yo, what's up? Official KitFox Games Twitch account? How's things? That's a lot of silk that I've just had sitting in these workshops all week. So, moving it over here. I'm having one of those days where it's like, I don't know what time of day it is, and I'm half awake. Hello, Navy. How are you? But I'm awake enough to talk, apparently. It's like, I slept just fine last night, but I feel like I got hit by a bus in my sleep. It's like, everything hurts. Pretty good, aside from that, though. Still waking up, like I said. That is an amount. How much is that? Trying to figure out what you're referring to, Stone. But yeah, no, just waiting for stuff to get smooth, more or less. Man, that is a lot. On the topic of a lot of like cloth. Look at all this cloth. All of it cave spider silk. That's some valuable cloth, that. Are you guys like power counting or something? What's going on? What you're on about? Nope, that's only up to 47. So the next thing we're gonna make is a bunch of clother shops. And then we're going to just start making clothing for everybody, because we have a ton of this. Although if you're referring to how many gold bars we have about 2,500 gold bars. Which is why I'm making a bunch of gold bins. Very important. Oh, the cloth? I mean, I guess I could tell you the exact number if you want. Let's see. We have 8 giant cave spider silk cloth, a couple forgotten beast silk cloths, some sheep's wools cloths, some alpaca's wools, some llama's wools, and 1,790 cave spider silks. Which means there's probably like tens of thousands of cave spiders. You know, we're almost up to 2077 cloth, and then we can have the disappointed pre-order cloth. Although I will say this, I can't speak to its gameplay, but I'm pretty sure that Citizen Sleeper, which we've been playing in the evenings, has better writing than Cyberpunk 2077. No Keanu Reeves though, so that's a knock against it. That's quite a number of cloth dresses. Yes, I could make at least 3 cloth dresses. I can confirm this. Maybe 4. Probably 5. Maybe even 6 if we're lucky. In fact, I could probably make 67 of every cloth item. But no, we're gonna do a long death style. Let's make a bit of every clothing. Because you know what? These dwarves, I think that they deserve some clothing. So you know something that's weird that I've noticed? And I actually don't know what causes this. But sometimes I can't make certain things out of silk. And sometimes I can. Like in Long Death, I can make silk vests. In this fort, I can't. Something I've noticed, which I think is interesting. And I was watching a stream the other day, and they couldn't make silk shoes. I just saw them type in silk in here. I was like, you can't make silk shoes. It's like, what? I don't need that many silk socks. Am I missing anything? Robe, shirt, cloak, trousers, glove, mitten, sock, shoe. Hood. That's the one I'm looking for. Similar to low and high boots, you guess? Some clothing is just not known to your dwarves? Is it? You can have like a fort where they don't know about low boots? I don't think I've ever seen that. Although I only ever actually make high boots. It's just like, who was it that was on the Discord a couple, like midway through last week? I think it was Whitcoat actually, who wasn't able to make bookcases for some unexplainable reason. Like in that entire world. Soft locked the game in the tutorial. One of my favorite bugs that I ever witnessed in Cyberpunk 2077 was one Bellinair found, which was pretty close to launch week, I heard stupid. And it was just like, there was this NPC that every time he'd hit the NPC, like 50 swords would fly out of them. It was like this boss character who's supposed to be like a hard boss fight. But like, for some reason, their gear drop rate was cranked all the way up to way too high. Or way higher than it was supposed to be anyway. And so literally every single time he hit this person with a weapon, they would just explode into swords. Yeah, it's interesting though when you run into it, because like you never expect the different variations in culture, or at least I don't anyway. I'm thinking about making a clothers guild back here. I'm going to give you clothes making scribe. Also going to give you clothes making. You clothes making. All these administrators are probably in the military, but I'm sure they need crafts too. You're definitely in the military. I can say that actually for a fact. It's like how dwarves civs have armor, item, armor, toga, uncommon, which means sometimes dwarves can make togas. I don't believe I've ever been in a fortress where a dwarf can make a toga. That's fascinating. Huh. Interesting. Also, since nobody else has done this yet, I'm partially doing this just to fix the sub count, if I'm being honest. Also, because it's been too long since I've actually hit my sub goals, so I have to gift subs occasionally in my chat. There you go. Now you don't need to see pre-rolls or whatever ads you would see. Frankly, I wish I had enough subscribers that I could get more lifetime subs, because there's some people who watch this stream that need lifetime subs. Bedrock with the 16th month on a 16th month streak. Welcome back. I hope that bed of rocks is still comfy. Proper round of beards. That's a thing you can do now. It's always been a thing. If you're a Twitch partner, you get 3 by default, I think. 1 is my bot. It's supposed to be for your bot, right? And you get it's a certain number of free lifetime subscriptions. But when you hit, I think it's 500 subs, you get more. I think they give you 2 more, and then at 1,000, I think they give you another 2. It's like every 500 subscribers you get, they give you another 2. But gift subs don't count, and Prime subs don't count because reasons. So I'll never unlock it, because like without Prime and without gift subs, I only have about like 100. I think it's like 130, 140 subscribers. Yeah, well, Twitch pays you money to have them. It's literally a free $25 a month subscription that somebody can just have, but you have to give it to that person. So you send Twitch an email and be like, give this person the subscription. And they're like, okay. Like Stoned Hobo, one of my mods, has one, and like he's had it as long as I've been partnered. One other person had one, who I used to run a YouTube channel with, and then we had a falling out, and they're non-transferable, so he canceled it. Anyway, so I have one that's null and void, and then my bot has the 3rd one. So, yeah, you can have them. It's a weird, like, Twitch thing, perk that Twitch never actually talks about, but it exists. Why did that dwarf just bring a bucket up here? You're not giving people drinks, are you? Shouldn't be doing that. It's ridiculous. Okay, hold up. Oh, right. I'm like, why is work not getting done? Because Dwarfus is in prison. Tekid. There you are. You're in prison for how much longer? Apparently, I can't read. There you are. 10 days. It's not so bad. What item am I looking for that you can't make? Vests. This faction can't make vests out of any material. Whereas Long Death, I can make them out of anything. I can make vests out of silk in Long Death. I kind of just want to put a chair right next to where... Okay, you know, let's just try this. Ah, oh, dang it. I don't have any chairs made. Whatever. It's just like, we'll just wait for him to be let out of prison because he's almost out. He's only going to be in there for another couple days. Well, so I've been trying something. My dwarves that go to prison, the prison is in my tavern, so they still get to like this dwarf is in prison right now, but is reciting poetry. The Fool Knows is an example of the orbs of meditating. It has no particular subject and it's passable poetry. It's telling a piece from the orbs of meditating while in prison, which I'm just way too entertained by. Oh shit, would you look at this? It just sounds like a damaged shirt. These dwarfs probably. I mean, probably, yeah. Belisar, probably. That's inconvenient. It really is, yeah. It really is. Anyway, a vile force of darkness has arrived. You see that big red patch on the dirt? That's where the last one trampled all of the grass for a while. So that's a lot of those lashers. Yeah, it looks like they're all lashers. Man, where are these guys from? Because I'm at war now with 3 goblin factions. So okay. So on the item is an image of the bad monster. A superiorly designed image of 2 prickleberries. The image is a symbol of the hate of praises, a goblin civilization. It is made from tin. So it's the hate of praises that are attacking us. That's the one that we've been at war with the longest, if I'm not mistaken. So we are going to pull some levers and get our gosh dang dwarfs back inside. And then hopefully I can set these guys on fire, because the last siege was careful and smart and like refused to step on in this room so that I could make them drink the spicy water. But hopefully we can make them drink the spicy water without any serious resistance, because you know, that's entertaining. Although, I don't know how big the siege is going to be. Actually, okay, it's not nothing. Goblins? How do you get war? Did you attack the goblins or only demand tribute? Well, I mean, goblins will eventually attack, regardless of what you do. I wonder why those ones are clustering over there. Interesting. Well, so there was a child out there. I didn't even see him, but there was a child out there. Cole Deller. Dellerstesh. Is now mangled. They just beat a child to death. Well, this is off to a good start. Who left their kid outside? What the hell, guys? Pull the drawbridge for the front. I didn't even see the kid there, though. I would feel like I would have noticed him, but I didn't. Anybody going to go pull that lever? And, okay, there's somebody going to go pull that lever. Yeah, it doesn't matter how much, whether or not well, actually, if the goblins aren't close by, like if they're not within range, they won't attack you. Like if you're far away from goblins, they won't attack you. But yeah, I've been raiding everybody. I mean, well, not everybody. I've been raiding every goblin faction. We've also been raiding angels a bunch. All right, there we go. So that's dealt with. Front gate is now closed, meaning they can't actually get into the fort anymore, which is good, which is what we want. But they do have access to the spicy water drowning pit, so hopefully they go enjoy the spicy water drowning pit. Has Tekid been released from prison yet? 4 days. It looks like they're kind of hanging out in 3 groups. They seem to be following this beak dog recruit. That doesn't seem wise. You know what's something that maybe odd, maybe not odd? We've claimed a clothes shop. Alrighty. Good luck. Didn't see where he went after I picked it back up. But something that's maybe a little weird. One of the first fortresses I did on this version that we're playing on right now, every single goblin army was full of ogres. I don't think I've seen an ogre since. Like there was like 2 or like 1 world that I had where like every single goblin faction was like their sieges would be about, I don't know, 20% goblins, 20% beak dogs, and the rest were all ogres. I haven't seen ogres since. Can your manager work from prison? Yeah, but he's out of prison in like 4 days, so it doesn't matter. Like quite literally, it doesn't matter. We'll let him out of he can go do his job once we let him out, and he's probably out by now even. I mean, where is he at right now? Tekid. Where are you? 2 days in prison. See, like he'll be out in 2 days. Well, that's fine. We can wait. It was only a 20-day or like a 29-day long sentence anyway, so it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I'm just waiting to make, 100 gold bins and a bunch of robes and shit. Values power, belief that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life, worthy of the highest respect. It's the cultural norm. Yeah. Murder everybody. Take their stuff. Laugh maniacally. Rinse and repeat. It's the goblin way. But unlike all of yesterday, you guys get to see the spicy water trap in action. Anybody excited? What happened to the Forgotten Beast I was using yesterday? What generally happens to Forgotten Beasts when they get thrown at an army? I'm sure you can answer your own question. I'm sorry, what? Why do I have an active soldier? You're not... I don't even know what army this soldier's in. Hank. I have a squad called the Abyssal Picks. Apparently. How about you join the the Cobalt Aces instead, please? Which means you shouldn't be active. You should run away. The hell? I don't even know what squad that is. Nor do I know why that squad is apparently active. Yeah, I don't have a squad called the Abyssal Picks. Anyway, I'm going to need to tell them to turn around and kill this troll in a second. Go beat the crap out of this thing. Influential tomes as well. Inky kindness as well. Healing gates as well. And there you go. I couldn't remember which one I put this dwarf into, but troll's dead now. Perfect. Jalazar, thank you very much for that prime sub. Enjoy the dwarf emotes and the stupid skulls. And the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Cheers. All right, well, that kind of wounded troll is still crawling into the fortress slowly. Crawling in. Looks like the goblins are catching up too. I'm kind of happy that there isn't actually that many trolls in this army. Trolls tend to be a bit annoying to deal with. Just because they... What the fuck? Hold up. You guys are... supposed to be locked inside. Where are you going? I might need to redo this burrow. Actually, no, fuck it. Let's just redo this burrow. Delete. Delete. So let's make a new burrow. Which is just going to be this area right here. Goblins bring you some masks every autumn. At least 5 goblin factions only war with 1. You expect them all to declare war at some point? Yeah, I mean, you can get tributes from goblins. I successfully got tributes from like a half dozen goblin factions once. And it was fun. I mean, it was an entertaining period of time in the game for sure. Let's just make sure everybody's heading back. It was entertaining, to say the least, but... the fuck are you going, dude? Around. There you go. Anyway, it was an entertaining, like, bit of time in game, but the problem is, like, they'll bring you tribute for 3 to 5 years, and then they'll just invade you. Like they would normally. Oh, shit. What? How did the... Troll? How did you get past my entire army? That's concerning. Anyway, you killed one of my dwarves. The fuck, man? How the hell did it manage to get past all of those dwarves? What in the world are you doing? They're supposed to be active. There we go. Now they're all walking in the correct direction. What the hell? Anyway, I now need to go up to here. Burrow 4. Make this active on burrow 4. All right. Now we just wait. Our manager's been let out of prison. I must have screwed up those burrows somewhere at some point. I really wish that rarity of items was attached to their value. It would be really cool if something like specific rare species of creatures' totems were valuable. You know? Like the skull on a stick kind of craft. I really wish that there was reasons to do stuff like that. Like, a king's skull on a totem would be an awesome thing to actually give a dwarf, theoretically. All right, well, we've got an artifact being made, which is using spore tree logs, fungi wood logs, gold bars, emerald cut paradots, 3 blocks, linen cloth, pigtail cloth, and linen cloth. That's going to be interesting, whatever it ends up being. I'm a little bit more concerned about these goblins at this exact moment, but hopefully they make something cool. And before it's just like the gaudiest sock ever made. But, you know, we get to witness these goblins slowly entering the fortress. Maybe not slowly, actually. They're coming in kind of quick now. I'm still confused as to how that troll managed to get past all of my dwarves without anybody noticing, but I guess weirder things have happened. I'm kind of tempted to kill those 2 that are up front. I think that'll let more in total if I'm able to kill those 2 that are up front. The problem is I will need to then evacuate my army, so I'm thinking I will tell them to kill them when they hit about here. Maybe they'll slow down before then, wait for the rest of the crowd. I don't know how many of you have seen this. How many of you have not seen this trap so far? If you guys want a full explanation of how it works after I drop it, I can do that too. It's also not that complicated, but it's a pretty standard lava dump setup. It's part of the goblin spec ops. They're gonna sabotage my levers. You know, honestly, if trolls could stealth, I would consider just disabling trolls upon embark, because like before I even generate a world, because that would be obnoxious. All right, so that troll's getting past things. Let's just set up this squad right here, because this is one of my best squads. Let's set up this squad right here real quick. They're going to come up here and they're going to station. When that troll comes around the corner, we're just going to stab it to death. Troll? What troll? More like fearful baby. All right. It's like those two are kind of dealing with them. It's just these trolls up front that I want to deal with. Then that troll runs away. All right, well, next one's coming up. Thonk. Dwarf deals with it. It's those troll... Ooh, that was quite the fight. Those two goblins that I wanted dead. Okay, now I can... I'll wait until that last one's dead. Turn that off. Run you guys away. Man, you two. Attis and Dusim. You guys did some work up here. Got those trolls. Then they can run. So once those two get back inside, I will read this description. Cybrek the Weaver has created Robern Gobel Miristalotok, a linen bag, and claims it as an heirloom and claims it as a family heirloom. That's actually kind of awesome. A named bag? We can actually use that. It's called Wipe Glumness. The velvety scale. Wipe that glumness off your face. You are a velvety scale, chat. I'm going to pretend that that's a compliment. Anyway, this is a linen bag. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular diorite cabochons and square brilliant cut paradots, and encircled with linen and encircled with bands of pigtail, fungi wood, and spore tree. It is made from linen cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of diorite and menaces with spikes of linen, diorite, and gold. They do be trolling. But you know who truly be trolling? Me, because these guys are all about to get real hot. All right, let's get these two dwarves back inside. Check, can I get a round of beers for all of these goblins that are about to horribly die? How many more are right up in here? There's gotta be some more, right? I'm actually not seeing any in the stairs. Are they really like... Okay, there was a few. There really isn't. All right, I guess that's gotta be the majority of them then. Is there any still up? Okay, so this crowd, these guys must be in charge, because they're like waiting behind. They're like actually using some sort of strategy here, apparently. It seems like. All right, so we can seal them in then. Exit. Enter. Pull the levers, dwarves. Pull the levers. Please tell me there's alcohol in that barrel. Oh, it's just an empty barrel. There will be fire, and this will be fine. Both of those things. But, does everything the dwarves make menace with spikes? Not necessarily, but it's a very common trait. So if you haven't seen this trap before, and you're lurking, you might want to look up. Wake up from your work, mute your boss in the meeting, don't get fired from your job. That was kind of a joke. But, that door's now shut, and that door's now shut. So now that the dwarves are now the doors are shut, I can pull the lever with my favorite name, which is Spicy Water. So now we simply wait for a dwarf to show up to pull the Spicy Water lever. It's time to make some goblins toast. Toast some goblins. You know, we always make the pull the lever Kronk joke. I've never once had a dwarf named Kronk. True story. Never once have I had a dwarf named Kronk. But that being said, pull the lever, Kronk. And there it begins. It's got to be a kind of a horrifying scene, if I do say so myself. I mean, It's got to be kind of a horrifying scene. Especially for these guys down at the end here. I mean, like... Ay, ay, ay. A toast to the goblins. Goblins? What goblins? See no goblins. And then you look at this, and then you get to see the ones that are still on fire. Shoutouts to this guy who's just all by himself going, oh god. Like, It's almost like Titanic-esque, where they're just like melting. And then like their flesh finally gives away and explodes, and then you see the spray of blood everywhere. Great. Mason's workshop has been toppled by my outpost liaison. What's up, Alpha Core? Are these goblins green? Thanks for asking right before the fight ended. His hair is extremely long. His small-lobed ears are very short. His red eyes are somewhat narrow. He's olive, dark olive. So let's see if I can find a different one. Jade. Okay, so we've got olive and jade. That might have been the first one. Dark violet hair skin is jade. Yes, these are green goblins. From various shades of olive to jade. And, looks like our final goblin is about to go bye-bye. So, the few dwarves that are still up on the surface, they're mostly... I'm not sure what color they are. All right, so now we're going to turn off the spicy water lever, and I'm going to pull this spicy water drain lever. This lever is actually somehow more satisfying than the first one. You'll see what I mean in a second. Check out this. You mean twisty? Is that what the effect that you're thinking of? This is how we drain it. Which to me is way more satisfying than the first one. And that pump in the middle of the bottom of the screen there is pumping the stuff straight back up and in. What I call recycling. Although it is still draining. Come on, dwarves. Pull the... Okay, sweet. They fixed that. Let's just jump up here. Up here. Not up there. Jump down here. Jump over here. Pull that. And release the dwarves. Solid little fight, if I do say so myself. And looks like most of the dwarves are down here. And doing a lot of clothing making. We shall make a few more, I think. Just kind of want the clothier shops to be something that gets done really quick. Kate's go burr. But yeah, I'm so satisfied with it because it's like, it's the most satisfying lava trap that I've built since the last volcano fort I did, which was before Long Death. It was like the second to last fort or the last fort, I can't remember, that I did before I started Long Death. I built a lava trap like this. And I'll be honest, I just can't wait to see what stuff like this will look like in the premium version. Because this is about the closest to multi-level view that you'll get in vanilla right now, right? Very keen to see what this kind of trap drain looks like. There's something super satisfying about just being able to drain lava like this. And for that matter, also the magma sea to a degree. Like, these upper layers up here used to be full of lava. I've, like, completely mined around them now to the point where it's just like, yeah, no, there's no longer lava beneath this. And also, like, you know, mine out this, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, we'll just let them do their thing for a little bit. Bellador, do you actually have any tasks? You know, how about we give you weaving and clothes making? And my mayor really wants crowns. Push that up to the top priority. But now we just go back to doing what we were doing. We've struck more gold, apparently. Because I mined through, I'm assuming, yep, this top bit. I think something I'm going to do. I'm going to dig through this right here. We're going to auto mine across this. Yeah, this whole fort and this whole world has been fun. Been a weird one, but been fun. Let's bring some of that their gabbro down here. Let's just designate all of this. Can mine it out. It'll be just fine. Some ore to put down there. Magma Forge room? Not this one. This is actually wood burners. This is the Magma Forge room. Which is one few further down. I'll say, hey, humanity. What's up? Let's cut through all that. I think put walls up on either side of this. Not that this is ever going to fill back in, but... Does the magma not ruin your spoils of war? Depends on what you care about. Magma doesn't melt iron or steel, but it does melt copper and bronze, I think. So if you care about copper, yes. If you don't care about copper, no. And it also is a very nifty way of automatically disposing of all of the bodies so that you don't need to clean them up, which is lovely. Considering, you know, dwarves don't like seeing dead bodies, so it's quite lovely, actually, not having to stare at all of the bodies. I mean, like, this is also almost drained already. Yeah, this is almost completely finished draining already. But if you won't see any until they're finished melting. But who actually cares about spoils of war if you don't need to fight in the first place, right? Like, spoils of war is only a super relevant thing if you need to fight. But if you're not in the need of fighting in the first place, like, does it matter? Like, kind of a joke, but also kind of a serious question. Like, does it really matter? Like, do you need spoils of war if you're, like, so well defended that you don't even need to fight? Which is usually the case. Speaking of spoils of war, the giant Ithlethi has come. A giant creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Size. Vigorous steam. His wavy hair is extremely long, and he has broad, flattened ears are very short. His narrow nose is quite long, and his eyebrows are low. His head is narrow, and his slightly sunken, pale blue eyes are somewhat narrow. His hair is burnt umber, and his skin is cinnamon. And he's naked. That is nothing fun. The small G's are all gone. They're all dead. So I don't know what small G you'd even be referring to here. With the exception of the 2 goblins that are in my fortress, but... looks like it's being 1v1'd by a dwarf right now. Seems to be orange. Well, from what I can tell, is just bashing him in the head. But previously was bashing him in the leg. So ran up and started hitting him in the leg and the elbow. Probably what he could reach. Knocked him over. Now it's crawling, and they're beating it to death. Anyway, it's dead. Wasn't there a command structure somewhere? No. When you kill more than like 60% of their army, they just leave. Goblins are there with the goal to kill every single living creature on the map. Right? That is their goal. They want to kill every single living creature on the entire map. With one exception. If they lose more than 50% of their army, they then just leave. So, assuming you can kill more than 50% of their army, they just leave eventually. No, they're probably the ones that are being sent back to home to be like, yeah, the mission failed, boss. It's usually how that goes. But yeah, I kind of second that statement. It's like, why would they have stayed when their entire army was dead? It's like, well, you lost your entire army. There's like 10 of you left. Be very silly of them to stick around. Also, when the siege, just for reference as well, Calther, when the siege icon in the top left of the screen is gone, it means all of the baddies are gone. So all non-metal armor is going to go there, / clothing. That's going to be a lot of storage being moved around. Can't use the word for feet clothes. Shoes? Socks? Trying to think of what word you'd be thinking of. Just misspell it or put a hyphen in there. What word is blocked that you can't say? Why can't you say shoe? Shoe's not a blocked term in this channel. Pardon? No? There's no U in shoe. You're misspelling shoe. And it's another word? Clearly. I mean, hold on. Let me look at my channel's banned terms right now. But I can tell you right now, you can say the word shoe. You can also say the word sock. Nope. Oh, I think it's, I mean, it's definitely possible you said a word that bothers me, but it's not shoe nor sock and got nothing to do with the exclamation in front or behind it. Like, there's a particular streamer's emotes that are banned in this channel. Various Pepe emotes that are banned in this channel. Various curse words that are slurs towards people that are blocked, but that's about it. Like, yeah, unless you type the word OOF, but that's not got anything to do with shoes. So I don't know. Yeah, that word is not allowed, but that's got nothing to do with shoes. That's not got anything to do with shoe, though. What does that have to do with shoes? No? You can call someone a hoe in this chat, that's fine. You can also call someone a whore in this chat. But if you're being mean to someone, I might ban you. But that's got nothing to do with anything. You didn't know that word was banned, though? But why'd you assume it was shoe? I'm just, like, amazed that you assume the word shoe was banned. Like, I can't say foot clothes. What's wrong with it? Children. And, that's what's wrong with it. It's one of those words that, like, doesn't assist with conversation and is popularized by Roblox. What is there to be confused by? I also like shoes. Shoes are nice. But exorbitantly expensive and annoying to shop for. God damn, Tekken. You were forced to stay in the tavern for like 20 days and you're haggard? Really? That seems excessive, dude. Oopsies. Nope, you're supposed to stay in the Inky Kindness. Where's Tekken? That's who I'm looking for. Tekken isn't stressed. This one is. Tekken was stressed. Already fixed it. Yes, but are you a dwarf, Felomino? I also don't like yikes. That's one I had banned for a bit, but I unbanned it because it stopped being as much of an issue. But no, words that are heavily used by young children, I find, like, to give you an idea, I'll ask somebody something or I'll say something to somebody, and if the only word you can respond with is yikes or oof, I'm immediately tempted to ban that word. And there's a reason for that. It's because I like conversation, right? Words like oof and words like yikes are a way of ending the conversation, sentence, and entire topic with one word. And I fucking hate that. I'd much rather discuss and talk and think about things and have discussions that are interesting. But there's whole chunks of Twitch that just obsess over end the conversation as fast as possible. If you call me buddy, I will probably ban you from this stream. If, like, actually, like, jokes aside, if you call me buddy enough, I will ban you from the channel because, like, being called buddy is the most demeaning, belittling thing you can say to an adult man. It's like calling an adult woman a little girl. Don't fucking call a man buddy. Do not do that. Unless you know them really well and you're best friends and you hang out all the time, then boundaries are lifted. But do not call me buddy. I will shoot you into the fucking sun if you do that. Had a long conversation about this with chat last week, but I don't ever do that. Asinine thing to do. What was I working on? I was making a thing. What was I making? I'm like completely thrown out. Crowns, that's what I wanted. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, Stone, but I don't like being called buddy. I don't know who that is, or who either of those people are, Dat Calthor. So, no, I would assume. Based on the fact that I don't know who those people are. Bad that the name Jack is like permanently ruined for me because I associate it with the movie Jack and Jill now for some stupid reason. Very unfortunate. I don't know. I can't relate. I'm not named that, so I feel like anybody named Buddy should probably change their name. But that's just me. Somebody once told me that like I wrote that song as a white supremacist. That's all I have to say about that. Yep. I've absolutely seen all of that shit before, that Calther. You know what I don't particularly like? South Park. You know what I don't like being called? A child. You know what buddy refers to? Something small, something little, a small person, a little person, a weakling, a baby, my little buddy. Don't belittle people. So you can go on and 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 on about South Park. You can make excuses and make reasons and state things. I will always come back around to the beginning. Don't fucking call me that. Simple as that. Just don't do it. It's disrespectful. I never understood how Richard is shortened to Dick either. Like, I never understood that. There's a lot of, like, name shorthands, especially for, like, more old-timey names that I do not understand. I see, like, you can write that down. Rick makes sense. Second one done. Not at all. It's all good, Calther. But I'm just, like, you made the South Park statement, and that's just the, all right, let me put the hard line down here. Don't call me that. Ever. Although you didn't even really call me that. You just said, like, can I say this? It's like, no. It's literally like my biggest pet peeve. Like, if you can point at one thing and just be like, what is, like, if you have a thing that makes you unreasonably mad for no logical reason, that is the one for me. It's like, you call me that, I lose all respect for you and dislike you immediately. It's kind of like low on my behalf, and I'm not above admitting that, but it's the truth. It's almost like South Park is an entire show based on insulting people for laughs. It's almost like South Park uses extreme humor to make a point. This isn't South Park, right? So if you make jokes, a lot of jokes around a lot of people that South Park makes, that is acceptable in the context of South Park, you'll get smacked in the head in public if you make a lot of those jokes, because South Park makes a lot of racist and, like, pretty hefty jokes that wouldn't pass in public, and that's what makes South Park funny, because it's a TV show where they have the freedom to do that, right? But if you go up to a real person in real life and you make a lot of those same jokes and you're surprised when you get punched, maybe you shouldn't make jokes that South Park makes in public, right? As a Canadian and as an adult man, if you call me buddy, that's offensive. You're referring to me as a small person. Who actually does that? You'd be fucking shocked. You know, it's kind of funny. I had a very similar conversation about this, except regarding a word that is referred to, used to refer to a biscuit, but in North America that starts with a C and ends with an R, and has a K in it. And an R right after the C and an A. So that word is a slur referred to white people. And I had this long conversation with chat in, I think it was about 2018, around the time I quit my last job, before I went full-time doing this. And I was talking to chat and just kind of venting about that place and about how a lot of the workers from India who worked where I worked referred to me as that. And I complained. It's like, you know, it's really rough being the one white or Caucasian person on a shift and having half of the rest of the people working there referring to you as a slur all the time. Chat laughed at me and said, that's not a slur. No one would ever say that or use that as a slur. And then Hassan gets banned from Twitch for 7 days for calling somebody a stupid, that word. And now that's a bannable term on Twitch. So I'm not comparing buddy to that. It's obviously a significantly less major word, It still doesn't change the fact that I fucking hate it when people call me that. And even more so when people try and justify it. It's like, it's referring to a small person. So it's like calling me a little person. And I don't like that. Don't call me a child. Why do I have a goblin in a cage? Let's just throw that in lava. That's fine. We don't need it. Dude is fine. Dude is like, hey, equal. Buddy is like, hey, child. Right? Although I know some women who don't like being called dude for obvious reasons. And dudettes just kind of stupid. So, I think that would be like the only one that I would be worrisome about on that one. But yeah, no, calling a Canadian buddy is a really good way to get your forehead caved in, unless you are like best friends with that person. It's like me and my friend Kevin. We hang out, and I can call him cunt. It's literally like because like I've played way too many games with way too many Aussies in my life. It's like it doesn't even register as a curse word in my brain because of how many games I've played with. But like I'm very careful about using that word outside of the context of people that I'm friends with, right? In my opinion, buddy should be almost on the same level, because if you call me buddy, I would get into a fist fight with you in person if you called me that, depending on your tone of voice. Like that is enough reason to start a fight, because it was constantly what I was referred to as a way of belittling and pushing down and miniaturizing and hurting an adult man. It's like saying, hey, you're a lesser adult. You're not a fully grown person. You're a child. So, like, the example I always like to give is I used to call my 6-year-old cousin buddy. He graduated out of that by the time he hit about 10. I mean, I don't have any children. What do you mean by you don't respect childs? When did I say I didn't respect kids? I just don't like, as an adult man, being referred to as a child. I don't think that pet names or like terms of endearment should be used with somebody unless you actually know the person. Like my dad can call me buddy because he's my fucking dad. But that's about it. That's like the extent of the people that I know that are allowed to call me that. And that's about where that ends. So every single time somebody calls me that, it just irks me. Yeah, I know, right, Stone? Like, when did I say that? When did anybody say that, actually? It was uncomfortable. It was made uncomfortable with that. It was like the mailman or something. And I didn't want to belittle that either. But I guess that people really are sensitive about this nowadays. It's not nowadays. We always have been. I think people are just more loud about it now. Oh. A bit tiring. It's like social interaction turns into a minefield. I understand where you're coming from that, but I think that there's like this thing called mutual respect, right? And I think that people skip the part where you actually have to get to know somebody on the internet. Like if you meet somebody in person, right? It's very easy, maybe not very easy, but a lot easier to gauge from a person's body language if they like being referred to as something. It's easier to ask. It's easier to speak and communicate with somebody. When you're talking with somebody online and the only context you have is you see me, right? People often skip the portion of let's get to know this person, right? And it goes straight to topic of conversation, important subject, and like topic at hand, right? Like you skip the part where you say, hi, I'm this person. Hello, nice to meet you. You skip that whole part on the internet, right? So when you skip like the whole portion of getting to know the person, yes, it can make certain interactions into a minefield, right? But the goal there is to have a, like, certain people will tune into the chat and I'll just be like, yo, what's up, idiot? Or I don't know, like certain people will tune in and I will just call them out on dumb shit because I know them pretty well, right? I wouldn't do that to the majority of Twitch chat because I don't know most of you particularly well, right? But there are certain people that'll tune in that I will make obscure references or jabs at because I know them well, right? And that's something that I do frequently. Frequently. That's kind of an example of that. If like a random new person tunes in, I'm not going to throw sassy terms of endearment at somebody, right? Because I don't know them. And generally, like, I'm very careful how I refer to people as, too. It's like, because you also don't know, like, what part of the planet somebody's from. Like, the way people talk and communicate in, I don't know, southern USA is pretty different than, I don't know, Finland. Trying to think, where's somewhere that's far from the southern states? Like, you know, like on the other side of the world, like you talk completely different. You're thrown under the rug for the sake of, you know, allowing people to have a conversation and making it all about yourself. To a degree, sure, but I think it depends on the conversation. Like, if somebody tunes in and says, what's up, buddy, in my Twitch chat, that's fine. It'll fly by. I won't say anything about it. I won't bring it up again. If they do that 3 times a stream, I will eventually be like, hey, can you not do that? But this just, like, if you just tuned in and said, what's up, buddy, or something, I would just respond like a normal hello, just going, whatever, he doesn't know that I don't like that. But because this is the topic of conversation, it came up. I really fucking hate it when people call me buddy. But if somebody calls me buddy, I'm not going to, like, fucking call them out on it immediately. All right. We've got some dwarves that need to get out of this fort. Also, please report that to the authorities, dwarf. This guy tantruming is a problem. Well, I mean, like, to give you an idea, like, I blocked the terms, the term oof from my chat because I got so fucking tired of explaining it. And people ooh, you just threw a shirt. I got super fucking tired of explaining why I don't like seeing that word in my chat, right? It's because it's a conversation ender. It doesn't benefit the conversation. It doesn't help the conversation. It's just a non-word that people use to end a conversation. I'd rather somebody says nothing than says oof, right? So I blocked it from the channel for that reason. So every now and again, I have to explain to people why I blocked it, but like, when I explain why I blocked it, it's like, well, it's a meme that was popularized by Roblox that is often used by very immature individuals or spammed by very immature individuals. And I just don't like that kind of conversation in my chat to begin with, right? Like that is why it's blocked in this channel. And that, even if somebody like misspells it, I'm not going to say, oh, you can't say that. Unless it's somebody I know well, which is fine. Or like if Hobo just types it in because like to fucking bother me because he's a mod and can do whatever the fuck he wants. Stuff like that. Like if somebody types it in, like it's not gonna, the world's not gonna end. But like if you're repeatedly calling me something that I don't like being called, or it comes up in the topic of discussion of stuff I don't like being called, yeah, I'm gonna bring it up. Be blunt. Yeah, I don't often need to explain why it's banned. I used to just ask people nicely to not use that word, and I used to have to do that, I don't know, 3 times a stream. Now I maybe have to explain why it's banned once a month. If like I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've had to tell people not to do that this year, like maybe 3 or 4 times total. I kind of wish that Twitch would be like, you used the bad term, blip. That's why this was blocked. But then people would always just ask. This was just a funny situation because the topic came up of, why can't I say the word for shoes? It's like, that's why this was fine. Jesus, they're being relentless. Another vile force of darkness has arrived. Vile and dark, indeed. I'm amazed. Speaking of absorbing dumb shit, let's absorb some more goblins. How's that sound? A dwarf is doing surgery. Well, and good lord, dude. I'm gonna make the captain of the guard also a dungeon master. Where'd you go? And drawbridge front. And Ghost has been taken by a Fey mood. Fantastic. Everything's happening all at once. Let's pull that. Wait, no, not that. Let's pull that. Pull that. And pull that. Sweet. Well, it's mostly drained. That's good. Now where the heck's my mayor at? Who apparently is in a Fey mood. What goblins? I'm currently worrying about the inner workings of the fort. I'll worry about where the goblins are in a second. Carpenter shop. All right, good luck. The goblins are lime, so green, and they're covered in water. They're wearing iron. It's a rendition of the wise scorpion, a finely designed image of a bloodthorn. This is the symbol of the renowned devil, a goblin civilization, and it is made from gabbro. Jade, green. Yep, they are all green. Bunch of green gobbies. All coming in to attacks. And it doesn't look like they're here to siege. They do look like they're here to fight. Also some trolls in the middle. Yeah, I don't want this chat to sound like feel like a minefield to people, though. Just to be clear, like that's not my goal. But what I will say is that I have spent many years trying to build this chat into a place where people act like adults, which isn't how people are used to acting on the internet. Admittedly, people are used to acting like not adults on the internet. So I've always tried to build this chat into a place where I can act like an adult, and people who watch me can act like adults, and we can have interesting discussions and talk about things. But if we're like, say, talking about the war in Ukraine and Russia invading and Putin being a nitwit, and then someone pops into the chat and just goes, oof, I just want to ban that person. That doesn't benefit anybody. Which is what would happen if I didn't have that word banned. So, like, that's why that word's banned. It's the easiest description I can give you. Oh, these foolish goblins. Yeah, this is a much bigger siege than the last one, too. There's like 150 of them. They're not quite at capacity because we only have 100 dwarves because dwarves keep dying. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's a giant leopard gecko. I was like, why is there a giant there? Oh, it's because it's a leopard gecko. Okay. Close that. I just need to wait for them to go into the fort, basically. They heard about the lava slip and slide and they're here to check it out for themselves. Oh yeah, it's one hell of a slide though. It's just Big Gecko. Don't worry. Big Gecko. It's part of Big Lizard. They're here to market detachable tails and scaly hobbies. And they're also here to sell you in... shell you. They're also here to sell you insurance. Shoutouts to Geico. Sweet. Both of those are open. You know, if geckos didn't need to eat so often, I would think about getting a gecko. Mostly because, like, I wouldn't want to have to make somebody take care of it whenever I went away. It's the main reason I don't have any pets, actually. Where are you going? You're supposed to go up, like, down that ramp. Goblins, come on. Supposed to enter the fun pit. There's nothing up there. You can't go up. I mean... Okay. Okay, well, some of them are going in. There are, but they're only as reliable as any other piece of modern day technology, meaning you might come home to a dead pet. Man, this is a hell of a email pitch. Chat, tell me what word you stopped being interested in this video game. Online, VR, mech shooter, NFT project. Well, I was interested until about the third word in that sentence. Well, VR kind of ruined it too. Online. VR, NFT, yep. All of the buzzwords that ruin a video game. Chat, what's a buzzword or pitch word that will make you go, yep, not interested in that video game? I was interested until you started... until... Yeah, I guess online then would be the word. I guess this kind of goes back to the conversation that we had a couple days ago about how I almost refuse to play games on principle that include the word metaverse in the title. Like, if you put the word metaverse in the title of your video game, doesn't matter what the rest of the title is, I don't want to play it. Man, now I'm really tempted to just go to Twitter and type in, what does NFT stand for? Wrong answers only. Let's see what I get from Twitter. See if Twitter can provide me some content. Not for trade. You know, it would be real nice if you could kill this outpost liaison. Well, he did. You know, I was like, it'd be real nice if you could kill that. So the reason I don't like that outpost liaison, the reason I don't like that outpost liaison is he keeps tantruming. And I'm like, it would be nice if you could kill him. And then that troll just goes and pushes him into a lava pool. Anyway. Wrong answers only, chat. What's up, Rocks? Also, I open up Twitter. I'm like, why do I have like a dozen notifications? Oh, it's because I got tagged under a Kit Fox tweet, apparently. All right. Don't need alert state 2. Anyway, we killed that that one troll. There's a bunch more trolls coming in, though. We're gonna have to kill all of these trolls, unfortunately. Nudes for trade. I mean, probably better than, like, non-fungible tokens. Question, are those fungible nudes? Cutest, you're making an artifact right now, by the way. So it's good that you're here. Beak dog leather, rough trapezoites, diorite, llama wool cloth, pigtail cloth, rough emeralds, gold bars, 2 pieces of fungi wood, and that's it. And it's a carpenter's shop. I hope you make me like a table or something. So we're gonna clear out these rolls. But in the actual meaning, it isn't a particularly high bar. This is true. Shoutouts to Lolokov Cocktail that immediately just responds with this. Okay, so we are killing some trolls up top here. Very worried those dwarves are going to dodge into or stumble into the lava. So please don't do that. Somebody's enraged. I think it was one of my dwarves, actually. Just looking to see if there's any... Okay, that seems to be all of them. Let's let those dwarves go back. What are you doing? Where are you going? Alright. I think that's most of the trolls dealt with. There's a beak dog. There's another beak dog. Where is this army? Oh, there they all are. They're all a little further up. Still up on the surface as well, it looks like. Lolokov Cocktail streams Dwarf Fort sometimes. And there's just this big fucking army that's over here. What the hell are they doing? What the hell are you guys? Like, there's this chunk of army here, but they're so far ahead. You're finishing Dune Basaya? You're gonna miss your artifact, though. It's a matter of art, in fact. Just noticed something, and I'm very confused by it. What happened? Huh. Twitch has added 2 new badges. Yes, this is true. So Twitch has added 2 new badges as of this morning that you can assign to yourself if you so choose. Watching without video and watching without audio. You can turn on your own muted badge if you want. Huh. Interesting. How do you delete your own message? You don't. Once you've said it, you've said it. I need to refresh the stream to actually see that badge. There it is. Huh. Although you're lying. It seems to be broken. You have to refresh your chat. If they're showing up as nothing, then you have to refresh your chat. Let's squat in here to go deal with these trolls and also all of these beak dogs. And Ghost, the mayor, has created Uvisilshid, a fungi wood table, and claims it as a family heirloom, which is fitting, actually, because you really like tables, and also you've been demanding that I make you a tin table for the past forever, and I haven't. It's called Shred Clashed, and it's worth 118,800 Zathal. Yes, a table. This is a fungi wood table. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with, guess it, fungi wood, and encircled with bands of round diorite cabochons, and encircled with point-cut trapezoites. This object is adorned with hanging rings of emerald and llama wool, and menaces with spikes of gold. On the item is an image of dwarves in fungi wood. Dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Angelrazor by the Crimson Joys of the Crimson Pulley in the early spring of 186. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast and pigtail, and the item is an image of a cushion cut gems and beak dog leather. All right, well, your true cult table is going to get placed down over here. There you go. Putting it in your office. The thing is, you're still demanding a zinc table. If that fungi would... the annoying thing is, like, zinc is one of the few materials I just don't have in this world just at all. Or in this fort at all. I think that menaces with spikes isn't quite what you imagine it. It just means it has triangles on it. Something Did a dwarf just... F's for Deucem. Another one just... A mountain gnome has gone berserk. Well, that's lovely. Really mad. I just lost my militia commander. It was also a damn close to a legendary tactician. It's not a dust cloud. It's smoke. It's because something's burning. See y'all in the morning. We'll see you in the morning. Basically, it just means that one of my dwarves just died. Is what it means. And in this case, I'm very sad because it was Hambloko, who is a legendary tactician with like 60-something kills, just got pushed into the lava. It's really annoying. It is really annoying. That is all. Yep. Troll pushed them into the lava. It's the only real hope that those trolls have of actually winning a fight. That or the dwarf dodged into the lava, but I'm going to blame it on the troll. And the blue stuff is troll blood, because trolls bleed blue. Or air quotes, turquoise. No. Why would it be? You know how you said earlier that you overthink things? I think you overthink things. All right, just hammering through all of these. Lots of words in the English language are functionally the same and serve the similar purposes that are very different words. Remember how you said you overthink things? You're overthinking things. Because a word serves similar functionality, meaning is totally different. O is an exclamation of surprise. Actually, here's a better question. Why the fuck are you restarting this conversation? What? There is a small group of goblins up here now. Let's pause. I think that you are restarting an annoying conversation for the sake of being annoying, but that's my brain talking. So I choose to not listen to my brain in this instance, and we'll simply ignore the rest of this conversation unless it becomes relevant again, and I kind of doubt it will. Where the heck is the rest of that siege? Let's turn around and kill that troll. And book it. You're supposed to book it. Run away is what that means. Well, guess not. It's you two versus this entire goblin squad. They might actually win. Come on, you two. You got this. Yeah, they're going to win. No problem. Plus the beak dogs. Okay, clear these out, and then when the next squad arrives, we'll use the burn. No, my military is just really good. Like, I could absolutely kill this entire siege with, like, 2 squads. Like, my military is extremely strong. It's not that they're too brave. They're just dwarves. So, no, that is not an issue. It's just I want to use my fun toy instead of sending out the dwarves to go do the killing. You know? My fun toy being the big lava trap. Just telling my dwarves to go kill the goblins is too, like, uninteresting. Yeah, they get plenty of glory from killing angels, though. Goblins are kind of a waste of energy to a degree. I mean, I think letting all the weapons and gear gather dust and then eventually be melted down into fancy tables would actually probably be better for everybody, because then nobody has to kill anybody, but unfortunately, that's not how life works. Aw, the magma crab gave birth to a baby magma crab. How cute. kind of civ are they? Wasn't even aware that DF had angels. A lot of things that Dwarf Fortress has that the vast majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress are completely unaware of. There's a lot of things that Dwarf Fortress has that the majority of the people who play the game are completely unaware of. Is that really the only group here? Man. Okay, now they're all showing up. Look at that. That's what I need. Man, it's about goddamn time. All right, now that they're all inside, I'm just going to go pull this lever. That'll trap them inside. Then I can actually open the front door up. Almost. Not quite. Yeah, I would say the vast majority of people who play DF are unaware that DF has angels. They're not technically a civ. They're listed as unknown civilization. But at the start of every world, these things called spires are hoisted up from the underworld. These are because gods or mythical creatures from the before times make deals with demons / pacts with demons, and the demons cast spells to allow the creatures from the underworld to move to the surface. So essentially bringing demons to the overworld. This is done by using slabs and magic that is only available to gods. The god then permits the demon to the overworld, and then the demons go and enslave goblins, which is what they do. And then the goblins spread across the world, causing the evil biomes to form, and then eventually things like necromancer towers to form. Basically, it's like the crux and beginning of all evil. Anyway, angels. Hey! Some mountain gnomes are guzzling wine. Look at them, they're back. Hell yeah, hopefully we caught a bunch. Anyway, yes, we did catch a bunch, sweet. Once the, where am I going with this? I had a sentence. Once the, I'm gonna send in 1, 2, 3 squads to kill that crew, and then we'll get the rest down here. But anyway, once the demons are on the overworld, the spot that the demon used to get into the overworld. Hey, look, my goblin is gonna go up first. I hope you don't die. Come on. But once they're in the overworld, that the spot that they inhabited is called a spire, or some people refer to them as fun spires. But they live in this spire. So the demon that came up from the overworld, or the monster, and the angels that helped it get there live there. There's several ways to find them in the overworld, but if you can locate them, then you can actually raid them from fortress mode. And that's what I'm referring to when I'm referring to killing angels. They are essentially the same as demons from the underworld, with the exception of them being referred to as angels instead of brutes or monsters or whatever. Learned about DF angels when an elvish caravan brought an odd metal instrument. You looked it up in the wiki and it went down a rabbit hole. Yeah, so like the weird, like if you just go here and you type in metal, like here we have dark metal. We have, it's almost as good as black metal. We have ruddy metal. We have translucent metal, slick metal, flowing metal. These are all godlike materials. Rusted metal. That's just left out on my porch for too long material. Flickering metal. But yeah, those are acquired from the fun spires. That's where you get those materials is from the angels / demons. I need you to turn around there, Dwarf. Okay, sweet. So I need to hopefully get all of these goblins in here. But yeah, no, it's the Angels Wikipedia page on Dwarf Fortress is a really fun rabbit hole. Angels they're essentially the equivalent of digging too deeply and too greedily, but for adventure mode, which is, I think, part of the reason why so few people actually know that they exist in Dwarf Fortress, because a lot of people who play Dwarf Fortress don't ever play adventure mode, right? A lot of people just kind of write off adventure mode as like complex or annoying or boring or uninteresting or not something they want to play. And angels are essentially like the end goal of yeah, gods ain't good in Dwarf Fortress. Are essentially like the end goal for someone playing adventure mode with an aspiring adventurer. It's either like kill a dragon or become like kill a god or go raid angels. They're all mean. The gods are just big, old, selfish nitwits that just happen to have been around longer than the big, old, selfish nitwits that populate the world now. So, you know. But on the surface of this world, of this fortress, up here, I have these. I have these two slabs. This native gold slab and this rutile slab. The rutile slab's named Pernilio, which people say I need TP for my Pernolio. But anyway, it's a rutile slab, which is a rutile slab. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The slab reads, I am Ravofi Abako Ravofi, the last maze. I once of the underworld, by the abyss of gravel, I bind myself to this place. The abyss of gravel is one of my faction's gods. So one of my faction's gods, the abyss of gravel, helped Ravofi Abako Ravofi, the last maze, the demon, to the world. And using that slab, they bound him to this place. And I also have this one, which is the hideous skull, a native gold slab, which is reads, I am also call Usum Asurigu, death starved, the ashen grave. Once of the underworld, by Stumib, which is a different dwarven god, I bind myself to this place. No, actually, they don't have any loot. Or rather, there's like no loot you can get from them in fortress mode, only in adventure mode. So, yes, they have good loot, but you can't actually get any of it unless you're playing adventure mode. At least not to my... I think you have to discover these spires in adventure mode before you can loot stuff in fortress mode, but... The only way I know to find them in fortress mode is you go to the artifact screen, so you hit C and then you hit A. And then you go down to the bottom and you look for locations that are in the middle of nowhere with slabs. So a conglomerate slab. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This slab reads, I am Stosup, the fatal. Once of the underworld, by Stumib, I bind myself to this place. So that's a different one. Right there. There's a zinc slab, a conglomerate slab, an orpiment slab, slate slab. Most of those are places with angels. So if you want to find them in fortress mode, that's the easiest way I know of to do it. Unless you want to go play adventure mode. And locate them in adventure mode. I think there might be one more squad of goblins coming in. Maybe not. Okay, so there's a few more up there, but I doubt they're going to get in. So instead, what I think I'm going to do is Emagu... Yeah, because that's more than enough. And I will pull both these levers. Jump up to the surface. Pull that lever. Okay, well, don't worry. Dune's only going to get weirder from there forward. My dad actually told me that I should never read more than the first Dune book because he says they just get weird and then they get weirder and then they start taking heroin. That's how my dad described the Dune books beyond the first one. So I've only read the first one because of that. All right, sweet. Lever's been pulled. Thonk. They are now trapped inside. Let's do Spicy Water Fun Times round 2. It's like they start off weird, they only get weirder, and then they start taking heroin. This is going to go well. I mean, the first book's incredible, but very quickly, yeah, it's like, it's not for everybody. Man, imagine those ones. They're like hanging out in all that miasma. So not only... Why is there like always one just like down at the bottom all alone? Like, guys? Okay, maybe not alone. There's 3 of them up there. Pop side's gone. I can now disable this. Man, that's a lot of goblins caught at the end there. I mean, nice. 69 left. Still wasn't entirely your thing, though? Why'd you read it, then? Just curiosity? How much Elder Scrolls was inspired by it? As somebody who knows almost nothing about Elder Scrolls lore, I'm like now slightly more interested in Elder Scrolls lore. But interesting. You're worried about the goblins? Oh, you should be. I mean, all of the flickery ones are currently on fire. So there's that. Something keeps attracting you to Dune? How about instead of, like, reading Dune, you just play, Homeworld Deserts of Karak. Which is the closest thing we'll ever get to a truly good Dune game. They're okay now. They went to the farm, far away. Out of curiosity, Keys, are you actually watching without video? Or are you just using that badge? Has anyone ever got a spire created by a god, something that wasn't death, murder, and suicide? What do you mean? Like, have you ever had a sphere? I mean, there's lots of different gods, like mountains and other things. You're watching, but in a really small screen. I want to know why Twitch added those badges. Those don't seem to actually benefit anybody, aside from being potentially used for trolling. All right, let's see. Is there still any goblins? There still actually kind of is a few goblins. I didn't even realize this, but they're all locked underground. That's kind of funny. So there's a few goblins left, but they're all just like sealed in this. I guess I should let them out and kill them. It's kind of funny. I managed to just catch the entire remnants of the siege. All right. Because they died, and I feel bad. Where are you? I lost. Have all my craft store? I think all my craft store shops have been toppled. It's annoying. Yeah, well. Buying demons to your world are always death gods wanting to spread more death. Well, I mean, one of the gods from one of the spires up top is literally the god of mountains. So it's like the god of mountains and war, I think. Yeah, it's Ham Bloko's the one that I'm real sad I lost. That was my best commander. The first Frank Herbert book I read of a couple months ago was Destruction Void. You told me to find that. I couldn't believe in a world. I mean, I don't know. I've never read that particular one, so can't really speak to it. Oh, I need more chains. And I'm going to assign more mountain gnomes. My gnome petting zoo can continue to grow. Apparently I canceled half of these. Apparently I canceled all of them. Hello, Walks with Books. Enjoy your lurks as we go up. It's almost like a lot of people did a lot of hallucinogens and wrote a lot of books back then. Like, you know, like Frank Herbert is kind of like, I don't want to say the last, but one of those authors that came from an era of, yo, it's publicly acceptable to just do a lot of drugs, right? And kind of like the only real current author I can think of who still is prolific, who is from that era, would be Stephen King. So, you know, it's not like there's less of those, but we're certainly getting to an era where you don't see that as often because it's not as widely accepted to just do a lot of hallucinogens and then go, like, write a book. At least I'll say this, that I've read. I'm sure that there are other authors that it's like, man, what the f are you on? I'm sure that that definitely happens, but I don't know any authors like that off the top of my head. Let's go get this draining. Or rather, make sure it's not still filling. Wait. 'Tis in fact draining. In fact, it's almost drained already. Oh, lovely. So he just it's like Frank Herbert doesn't know how to finish books, so he just trips into the ending. I'll say this, cutest. If you ever want to just not read the rest of Dune, just go to Wikipedia and look up the ending of the last book. The canonical ending for the canonical last book. It's the only time I've seen my dad throw a book through a window. It was open. He didn't break the window. But it's the only time I've seen my dad throw a book out a window. So I've had the canonical final chapter of Dune spoiled for me since before even knowing what Dune was about because of my dad. But also, I don't blame him. I really, really don't. All right, so we're going to need to kill all of these goblins that are hanging out in here. What I think we'll do is we'll wait for the drain to be clear. And then once the drain's clear, I'm going to just go park all those dwarves at the bottom of the drain and then send them all flying in right away. But we are going to not go after that. Let's go after this conglomerate slab. So we're going to try to recover Mangy Death. We're going to sell the influential tome. And one squad to go recover Mangy Death. I could argue that that doesn't count, but you should still read the canonical final book for Dune. Like, just read the last chapter of the canonical final book for Dune. Well, it's the first trilogy and the second trilogy. It's two trilogies. It's like the Star Wars thing. You know, they refer to it's the trilogy and then the prequel trilogy and then the post-logic trilogy. I was going to say that in the postal trilogy, but that's also not totally true. I think it was 4, 5, and 6, weren't they? I need to go look at actually where he took over, but Dune books. It's like weirdly difficult for me to just find that. So there's the Dune 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 books. And then there's Prelude. And then all of the book apparently there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 24, one book not out yet. Books based on Dune. Apparently. So we can't even say that there's 2 trilogies. It's like the writer of your fave manga died and now who knows what will happen. Oh, Berserk? Never read Berserk. Also, holy shit, that's a lot of iron gear. Look at all this. See, this is the best part about all this. We get all of this, like, dwarf ready to use, freshly cleaned iron gear. The best. Yeah, apparently there's 20-something books based on Dune, one of which isn't out yet, which is kind of crazy to me. Got a completely delirious, crazy dwarf chained up. So, Hambloko is going to get their memorial placed in the tavern right there. Just because, frankly, that dwarf is a hero as far as I'm concerned. Because of all of the stuff that they single-handedly dealt with for us. It's just a pity they had to die by, you know, getting pushed into some lava. Not thrilled about, but... Organized miscellaneous object demonstrations. The best kind of demonstration. How you doing up here, Zephon? I really don't want you to tantrum on me. Please don't. I mean, the thing that I always say about Dune. Read Dune. It's unfortunate they never wrote any other books. Read Dune. But if, unless, like, the rest of it grabs you heavily, yeah, you can skip. You'll be fine. Why do they keep unassigning these gnomes? I just want my Gnome Petting Zoo. Maybe I keep assigning the same gnome to different chains. I do. But yeah, Dune is a fascinating book, which I'm happy exists. It's a fascinating series of book, and I'm happy they exist. But just like every piece of media, it's far from perfect. But working on those gold bins. Actually, shouldn't put any bins here. No bins in this stockpile, please. That's my melting stockpile. Do you watch Racevec, Cutest? The YouTuber? Another Canadian? Because he put out a video the other day that I think that you would really enjoy, based on that exact subject. Also, there are books about Mass Effect, just not that many. Yeah, he put out this video a few days ago called I'm Jealous of Warhammer, which is literally just like, yo, Warhammer gets like 50 games a day. Not quite that. It gets like 50 games a month, and I'm jealous. And I really like Mass Effect, which has had like 4 in its entire history, and most of them are bad. Maybe not most of them, but that one is bad. Anyway. It's funny. Your mayor just killed a baron? I guess your mayor wants a promotion. Forcibly. I mean, what's stopping you from just playing the Mass Effect soundtrack while reading a Mass Effect book? I don't know. I played Mass Effect 2. I never played the first one. I never played the third one. And I kind of don't get it. Like, I'd be lying if I said I got it, because I really kind of don't. There's something about Mass Effect that's always just been kind of off to me, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Never played one? Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I thought Mass Effect 2 was boring with some good characters. That was my thought on Mass Effect 2. Hey, Bread Knight, what up? Like 100 silk bags. It's a lot of bags, but let's do it. But yeah, that's kind of my take on Mass Effect. Was kind of boring. Decent characters, though. Like, you retired it? Or you're letting it idle? You didn't enjoy the playthroughs? I played through Mass Effect 2, and then started playing through it a second time, made it about 20 minutes in, and was like, nah. And that's basically my take on Mass Effect 2. There's a dwarf called a tour who had dreamed of ruling the world. Aww. That's sad. Is the mayor at least going to go to prison for their crimes? I had a lich dwarf, so an undead, an intelligent undead dwarf, who was also a necromancer, who dreamed of ruling the world. And, oh, the mayor was the murderer. Oh, so the one that you're talking about was, oh, I got you. Wait, then if you were so focused on keeping them aesthetically happy, why did they murder a dwarf? That doesn't make much sense. Where's the logic there? What made them go berserk or crazy or tantrum to do the murder? You know, it's funny. There was someone in my chat a couple months ago. It was just like, I'm like, how are you doing? It's, oh, great, playing Dragon Age 2. I'm like, and how's that? And they're just like, oh, it's fantastic. One of my favorite games ever made. I had to hold my tongue. I was like, I'm sorry, what? Play better games, Jesus Christ. Bites off tongue. Exactly, yeah. I mean, the last BioWare game that I enjoyed was Dragon Age 1, which it feels like it was 10,000 years ago I played that game. Looks like we are storing items in bags because we probably have more bags now. Every time I see it turns into wearable, I have a mini heart attack, even though I know exactly where they came from. You enjoyed playing Starkspore? What's wrong with you? Who hurt you? I mean, I enjoy playing bad games too. You know? But Darkspore is awful. And there are plenty of games that are bad that I will say out loud, I enjoyed playing bad game number 76, right? Like, there are plenty of games like that where it's like, I know that this game was bad, but I enjoyed it anyway, right? And I think that there's okay, we need splints. Gold splint 10. I think that there's a big difference between saying, this is a bad game that I enjoy, and this is a bad game that is also one of my favorite games ever made. You know what I mean? I enjoy bad games. I've played bad games. But I will never say that those bad games are my favorite games of all time. You know? I had some fun playing Postal 1 once. That game is really bad. I had some fun playing... Was your first Diablo? The first time I read that was my first dildo. Like, I'm just looking at my games I own on Steam. What are bad games that I've enjoyed? Soldat. Soldat's pretty bad. I've enjoyed a lot of Soldat. Turns out I don't play a lot of bad games. Oh, Moonbase Alpha. Awful game. I've had a lot of fun playing Moonbase Alpha. That's a good example. There's other good examples of this. I own any more? Earth Defense Force is terrible. Fucking love Earth Defense Force. I think of other examples of bad games I enjoy. Yeah, it's about as far in as I've gotten. I think my landlord's here. I gotta go. All right, stressful part of stream is done because landlord has come and gone. Whew! Made it. All right. Any complaints? My toilet seat broke. Or are you saying complaints from the landlord? Like at me? No. Like literally it was just pops inside, looks up, is smoke detector working? Yes. Do you have tenant insurance? Yes. Anything broken? My toilet seat needs to be fixed. Has the crack in the dryer gotten any bigger? No. Is it still loud? Yes. Does the dryer work fine? Yes. Uh-oh, a Hammerlord's tantruming. That's not good. Remember I said, hey, I hope this Hammerlord doesn't tantrum. Well, they're tantruming. All right, I might actually just expel this dwarf. This guy could, like, two-shot somebody to death. We'll see what we can do with you, Zephon. Please tell me. Yeah, you're going to go report crime. Excellent. But yeah, no, it was literally just like question. Do you still have tenant insurance? Looks around at the walls. Oh, right. Yeah, we still need to paint the walls that the cat did damage to back in like 2016. Asked if I ever got a contractor to do that, and I said no because their guy was hard to contact during the pandemic, which is true, he was, and also was during the pandemic that we were talking about doing that. It was like summer 20. It was like right during like the big second wave in 2021 was when we were talking about repainting part of this apartment. So it didn't end up happening. They're like, yeah, okay, still need to do that, right? And then they left. That's it. Well, I mean, I'm a quiet tenant who doesn't really do much around the building aside from like go outside to smoke in the evenings with my neighbor sometimes. And that's about it. And my place is really clean, so I'm, as my mom says, I'm probably the dream tenant because I'm not loud. I don't cause damage, really, outside of the cats that used to live here before they moved out. And I pay my rent on time every month. And I don't regularly demand to have things fixed, changed, or upgraded or repaired. So, and I've been here for a really long time. Like, I've been here since 2014, so. Like, if you're a landlord, that's, like, the tenant that you want. It's my opinion on giant Kias. More of an annoying version than a Kia, but a Kia can carry the same amount of weight as a giant Kia, so they're about the same as a Kia. Or unless you're talking about the car brand Kia, in which case I've never seen one. I've only ever seen a regular-sized Kia. So. But I think a giant Kia could probably destroy a giant Kia, if you know what I'm saying. Does crack in the dryer lead to does the crack in the dryer lead to the lava layer? Fucking Christ, I hope not. All right, so we've got, man, holy shit. Imagine having 26 witnesses against your vandalism. Because they punched Pink Fluffy Llama. Well, I mean, that's on you for not, like, putting your Warhammer on a pedestal or something. So this is Hambloko. This is possibly the best warrior I've had in this entire world. And it's even more fitting that the memorial that is on this slab was made by Akre, who's been in the military with my dwarves for almost as long. In memory of Hambloko, Nathur Sol Akam Tottenham Dustuk. The slab reads, in memory of Hambloko, born in 95, went missing in the year 199, creator of Cross-Skirted, militia commander of the Crimson Joys, 186 to 199, was militia commander of a previous fort before that, slayer of the Forgotten Beasts, loving mother and wife, friend of giant king snakes. Like, this thing had, like, 60 total kills and, like, 20 notable kills, including multiple forgotten beasts, giants, and angels, which is kind of fantastic. What's that story? Probably liked giant king snakes for whatever reason a dwarf could like giant king snakes for, would be my guess. Why isn't Frog in the military? Hold up. You know what? Frog, who's another one of my legendary squad members, who apparently got removed from the military for some reason, is going to take Hambloko's spot. We're going to do that. So where's my captain of the guard? Let's see you. There you are. You're going to go beat a criminal. Excellent. But yeah, friend to giant king snakes, lover of this thing, usually just means they like a particular animal for some reason. Please tell me you're going to go chain him up now. "57 days in prison." Excellent. So the dwarves have also returned from mangy death. They traveled across the land, quite literally. Far, far away. All the way down to a little valley in the middle of goddamn nowhere. The Crimson Pulley attacked the burial of virtue of an unknown civilization at Canker Healing. The dwarf Gnomall, the Soaked Viper, led the attack. And the Soaked Viper unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Canker Healing. In the year 199, the influential tomes led by the dwarf Gnomall, the Soaked Viper, clashed with a single Stemab's Bane, that's an angel, in Canker Healing, slaying them. The influential tomes led by Gnomall, the Soaked Viper, clashed with 5 Stemab's helpers in Canker Healing, slaying them, 5 of them. And we searched it. There wasn't that many there. Damn. And mangy death was looted from Canker Healing by the goblin Itini, my goblin. And they were successful. They killed a bunch of angels, and now they're back. Hell yeah. Fantastic. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, I return. I cannot explain how, like, good it is to not have to deal with landlord visit anymore. Anyway, check out this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mountain gnomes. Imagine if I could make them clothes. I just have all of these mountain gnomes. They're all chained up, otherwise they'll run away, but, like, look at that. I'm so proud of all these gnomes that we have. It's just like this really weird thing to be super proud of, but I'm very proud of the fact that I have a fortress filled with gnomes. Partially because gnome memes are great. You know, I wonder if I could do this safely without actually letting my dwarves in. Let's see if these goblins will just enter into this trap room, and then I can just, like, drown them. And the humans have arrived to trade. Let's just jump over to these goblins first. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to ignore these goblins entirely, I think. And, when the next goblin siege shows up, we'll just fight them. Yeah, I think we'll just do it that way. When the next goblin siege, we'll just kill them all. Pull that lever. Although there is one goblin lasher in here right now, though. All right, let's get to trading, I think is what we need to do. I'm kind of expecting to have an absolutely massive amount of clothing in here. And apparently a clother has been taken by a Fey Mood. Would you look at that? What a thing. And there's our newest slab to add to the gaudy slab collection. Which is a bit of a hell yeah. You know, I received an email that I thought was about a video game, but actually isn't about a video game. It's about dice. I'm a little bit disappointed. So kind of the larger plan I have for this fort is I just want to keep taking out these slabs. Like there's a zinc slab all the way down here, which reads Samatsu Zolb Smatsu, the Foggy, once of the underworld, by Angzak Maze Curse, the last cat. I bind myself to this place. This one used the last cat to bind themselves to this place, but it's in the middle of this mountain range, so I can't actually get to it. That's a bummer. Go for that conglomerate slab. Let's go for this one, the Orpient slab. I hate, oh, sorry, not Hater Iddles, it's Hate Riddles. The Superior General is the name of the piece that we're going after. Let's send 3 squads. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've taught a lot of people about the existence of angels while playing this fort. And I think that that in and of itself is kind of a massive success for this fortress. So far we've gotten non-fungible trident, non-functional train, and North Funky Town as what does NFT stand for? Wrong answers only. If anybody else wants to participate in this silly Twitter engagement attempt that I've done, there's a link to it. Man, my foot still feels like I, like, kicked an anvil. Like, what the fuck? What the heck did I do while I was sleeping last night? Like, both of my feet just hurt. Everything is just achy. I'm gonna try standing up for a little bit. See if that helps. Stretch out my joints a little bit. Maybe that'll make the pain go down. Also, chat, we need a round of beers. It's been 10 minutes since anybody said anything. See how many people are paying attention. A little bit too high. Speaking of not paying attention, if I stand my desk up enough, it'll unplug my monitors. And it definitely can do that. You just heard beers? Yeah, absolutely. Because it's been 10 minutes since anybody said anything in chat. Unless I gotta, I don't know, say something. You just got back from doing things? Well, welcome back from doing things. The Hammerlord is throwing another tantrum, except while in prison this time. Literally just... Did you just throw your shirt at somebody? You threw your leather hat at somebody. It's a very dwarfy, tantrum-y thing to do. Humiliated after being confined. I think we're just going to have to expel this, this here dwarf. But first I'm going to demote you from the military. Because I'm sure you love your job in the military, but I cannot have tantruming hammerlords in my fort. That is a liability beyond liabilities. In fact, I would say they're lying so hard they've lost most of their abilities. What statues? Well, I was about to make a statue of Hambloko. I don't actually have many statues in this fortress. Kind of like none. I haven't really made many. Not much of the of that form of beautifying I've done. Oh, up by the entry? These ones? Gold statue of an Angel of Naglak. It is a rendition of the Shattered Angel of Blades, a superior designed image of an Angel of Naglak and jagged blades. The Angel of Naglak is being flayed by the jagged blades. The image is the symbol of the Crimson Joys, a local dwarven government. They're both the images of our symbol, I think. Let me double check. Which are the first angels I killed. Yeah, same image. That was the things that were defending this statue, the crested walls. Your brain wouldn't remember the word entry? Like earlier when my brain wouldn't remember the word answers. All right, well, so this is kind of fine, but also not good. Toulon here was found dead. Probably because, if I had to guess, I would say this dwarf here. Hold on a second. So the administrator throws a hat out of, and the administrator says, "I was able to rest up. I don't feel good," and then strikes a woodcrafter in the lower body, bruising the muscle and bruising the stomach. So literally, just like that dwarf that, you know, this one. Is that fun? Gets to go back to prison. Because after we let him out, he immediately tantrumed again and went and killed somebody. So, that's good. So, Zephon is now calmed down, but also gets an extension to their prison sentence. Back up to 80 days. I'm sorry, what? Oh no, are we having a... Frog the militia commander, must have been friends with the person that, this guy just killed, because we, my friends, have a problem. Frog for Hire is suddenly hostile to the rest of the fort. For some reason. Are there other people hostile to the rest of the fort, or just Frog for Hire? Right, well... let's turn off both of those squads, and now you're running away. I think. It might be done now, though. Keyword there is might. See how other dwarves react to seeing you. Okay, there's somebody who this dwarf is not friends with. Although, frankly, I would say that he kind of just did us a favor here. Because he did kill this guy, Zephon, who was the dwarf that kept tantruming, who was put in prison once for a crime he didn't commit, and then went nuts. Trying to tell stories. The thing is, are you friends with Zephon? Well, you're gonna go rest. I may have to expel you, Frog. Wearable? Yeah, it's fine. He lives back there. He's sealed off in that room. Trying to figure out who... Okay, so this dwarf doesn't like our human. So Pudgy, I think for your own safety, we're gonna have to expel you. I liked having you in the fort. You were a good human. You never did anything particularly wrong, but I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the fortress. No, I'm expelling the not dwarf, the human that isn't getting along with you. Who's Frog going after now? Attack somebody else. You're supposed to post memes in the memes room. Also, it's on topic, so it would be more logical to post it in the on topic room, not the off topic room. So not only did you post it in the wrong room intentionally, but you were also posting it in the wrong room in a way that makes no sense. So if you're going to post it in the wrong room, at least post it in the wrong room that makes sense for the conversation. You're a mod on my Discord and you don't know this? Such an easy thing to wrap your mind around, cutest. Come on. No, you should put it in memes. It's a meme. You put the memes in the meme. You put them anywhere else, they're not a meme anymore. And it's certainly on topic. So if you were gonna post it in the wrong room, at least post it in the right wrong room. Instead of simply, yes. Pondering grammar? You're not wrong, he's pondering grammar. It's an average person on the internet. I don't understand when people are like, I put a meme in off topic. It's like, we have a memes room though. Supposed to put it in the memes room. Jesus. Have I been raided IRL yet? That's a dumb question, so I'm not going to answer it. Has my landlord come and gone? Yes. She's still cute. But, things went smooth. If you have Epic, Borderlands 3 is free on Epic right now, which is a good price to pay for Borderlands. Just thought I'd say that out loud. considering I wouldn't recommend paying any money for Borderlands normally. So, but if you can get it for no money, that's a price that's not worth arguing against. Debatable. Gate nerd, but sure. Borderlands is fun until you have to listen to more than 5 seconds of the writing. That's my take on Borderlands. It's fun until you have to listen to the writing for more than a minute. Borderlands is currently free on the Epic Games Store. Real important question here. Yeah, looks like I'm going to need to expel Frog. Really don't want to do that. Goodbye, Frog. You were a good dwarf in the fort. Unfortunately, though, I need to ask you to leave nicely. And it looks like it's Godin that you're fighting with, so I'm also going to expel Godin. Oh, hey, Forgotten Beast named Tofi has come. A blob composed of salt. It has a round shell and it appears to be emaciated. It's also in an area that I can't really get to, so... Oh, actually, that's not true. I can. Where's the entrance? There it is. Let's go fight with Tofu. Gosh darn it, this dwarf is moving slowly. I'm sorry, what? So, apparently turning my soldiers on made them just go kill the human who was living here. R.I.P. the human. This is fun. We're dealing with some loyalty problems here. Maybe I didn't need to expel Frog. Let's just turn the soldiers on and station them there and see what they kill. This might just end the fort really quickly. Which would be a shame. It's possible. Fortunately, we are currently getting a... Who's that? Apparently Catan was just killed. I don't even know who that is. Alright, it's time to set up a military checkpoint. Yeah, there's some sort of loyalty issue going on here. Some sort of loyalty issue. Not a fan. But regardless, still bringing items to the trade depot. Although, oddly enough, we are getting migrants almost as quickly as things are dying. There's also still that Forgotten Beast that just spawned. Tofi, wherever that is. Unless it's already died. Oh, there it is. At the top. Let's just tell my military to go kill this thing. Ah, it's not reachable. I find that hard to believe, actually. God damn it, my foot. Trying to stretch my toes. Because, like, I don't know how I slept last night, but I slept weird in some way. And it was weird enough that now all of my toes on my right foot really fucking hurt. The ones on my right foot also hurt, but not as bad as the ones on my left foot. It's like somebody just took like steel-toed boots and stamped on my feet while I was sleeping. That's what it feels like. It is a not pleasant feeling. All right, let's trade. Hey, some zinc. Don't think I quite have enough zinc yet to make a table, but... Okay, you... Oh, fuck are you? There you are, you right in the middle of the screen. It's a really crappy storefront for actually buying shit, but it's got good stuff on it. No different than Steam. He made a wise investment and also got Borderlands 3 in the process. Yeah, I'm not going to say that Borderlands 3 is any good, but it is, however, free, so... Also, kind of a dumb little game that I got code for the other day and made a video about this morning. Just released on Steam 30 minutes ago. 45 minutes ago. Actually kind of fun. All right, you're the commander? Okay, you're a very slow-moving commander. What treatment do you need? Do I not have... I do have a carpenter's workshop. I'll be honest, I'm getting kind of annoyed with parts of this fort. Just specific, actually not this fort. Specifically the outpost liaison who was in this fort for a really long time. It's kind of a large portion of the problems that we're having. Because he's like this guy who's been just tantruming for kind of ages here. Shows up once a year and just tantrums a bunch. And it's like, oh my god. I'm so happy that he got pushed into a lava flow by a troll. It has generated many backgrounds that you've been using. Do you make fine meals to start? It depends on how many ingredients you have. If you only have one ingredient and not a lot of time, make simple. Otherwise, make fine. Speaking of. Make some lavish. There we go. Bodies are being removed. Stuff's being cleaned up. But I'm glad that that little executable that I shared yesterday, because I found it at random when I was looking for something completely unrelated, is going to provide you with some entertainment. Also, it looks like Lear over here has a pet kitten. You now have a kitten in the fortress. Kind of sad that we lost our human, though. I love having various different types of creatures in my forts. Sucks when they die. Yeah, it sucks when they die. But yeah, I think that we're going to start playing a different faction in this world pretty soon. Probably next week, when we'll probably retire this fort and start a new fort in this world. This fort's been fun, and we've kind of achieved my goals. I've more or less nullified most of the goblin threats and also started a lot of wars. And I've also expanded this fort outside of its, or not this fort, but this faction outside of its original restricted small zone. So I think next week we'll be starting up a new series of forts elsewhere in this world and explore a completely different climate and area and faction. These dwarves are neat, but it's time to find something new, I think. And crutches. I really hope that you get the immobilization you need. Man, I feel broken today. I don't know how else to explain it. I just feel broken today. Doesn't feel good. Hope they come back soon. They've been out stealing that thing for a while. Looks like everybody's finally left, so. Hey, Rolf. How you doing? Humans have left off on their journey. Can finally go back to just cleaning stuff. We're making a bunch of splints. We're making various things. Still gotta work on those statues. Although, where's Tekid at? Tekid. Where'd you go? Got another child that grew up. Always in love with somebody. She is absorbed in delusions of self-importance. Doesn't handle stress well. Well, here, we'll just give you weaving. Say good luck there, child. Delusions of self-importance, eh? But what you been up to, Rolf? Those things. I think that the plan is, chat, we'll do another 10 minutes of this fort, just because, frankly, we've been kind of lurky, and I've been struggling to keep chat moving today. So I don't know if it's me or if it's just chat or if people are doing other things today. But I think we'll play another 10 minutes of this fort. I'll go do lunch, and then we'll play Citizen Sleeper. Just came home from... Okay, sorry. I had to read that 3 times because I read that as... I came home from playing ADHD. The first time I read it, I was like... like, what? But, okay. I mean, no... I will say the same thing that I always say. I'm not calling out anybody in specific, and this isn't directed at chat. This is the whole show, right? If less people tune into a particular episode of a TV show because they're busy that day, that's fine. If you're entertained, that's fantastic. But if I'm having a hard time keeping chat moving, it's time to switch games. That's just the way the game works. It's the way this job works. So, like I said, we'll do a little bit more of this fort, and then we'll go read stories. But don't worry about lurking. But if I can't get enough people talking, and if the views are low, it means I gotta put on something else. Which is what we're going to do. So, well, like I said, play another 10 minutes here. Then I'll go do lunch. Then we'll finish Citizen Sleeper. I don't know how long it's gonna take. I mean, I'm not streaming in 4K, so it's more like 1920 by 1080 at 60 frames a second, stretched to 4K. But unless your TV has some of those fancy upsampling thingies. Hollow Pilot, how's your day drinking going? I mean, vacation going. I don't know what that means, Frog. You wink at me too much. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't believe I mentioned a dwarf named Disco once, but okay. The funny thing about that badge, Cutest, is I think that people are going to put it on and then forget to have it on. On topic generally means about the stream. Off topic is the everything channel. General would be like about the stream or things on Twitch or the show itself. A question about a schedule. That would be general. Off topic is the post random shit here room. Memes go in the memes room. Documentary. The one that keeps bothering me is we have like this movies channel, right? Do I really need to rename it to movies and TV shows? Because you should just post movies and TV shows in there. But you keep posting spoilers and shit for movies and TV. Like, at this point, I should just delete every single room in my Discord and just have general and off topic, because those are the only ones that, like, people post in. And they ask for these specific rooms, and I make these specific rooms, and you're like, I didn't know it existed. What? It's like, fucking look. Anyway, so the dwarves have finally returned from their traveling across the world. To go fight with demons. The Crimson Pulley attacked the mint... What is that word? Phlegms? Of an unknown civilization at Defense Sled. Defense Led. Nomol, the Soaked Viper, led the attack and unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The influential tomes led by Nomol clashed with 50 dutiful hands in Defense Sled, slaying 10. The Inky Kindness, led by the dwarf Urvad, clashed with a single deceitful doom, slaying them. I know you do. I'm just kind of poking fun at Cutest for being silly. No, just post TV shows in the movies section. It's fine. I do that already. The Healing Gates inspirationally led, but considering you're incapable of posting memes in the memes room, Cutest, I don't really expect you to be capable of posting TV shows in the movies section, you know? You know? So even if I write, Cutest, post your fucking TV show spoilers in the movies room, you're not gonna post them there. You're gonna post them in Off Topic in 2 weeks and be like, I didn't know where to put this. Anyway. Acre clashed with 40 dutiful hands in Defense Led, slaying 9. The Healing Gates, led by the dwarf Acre, clashed with 25 soldiers of treachery in Defense Led, slaying 9. There's a lot here. The Inky Kindness, led by the dwarf Urvad, clashed with 16 soldiers of treachery, slaying 8. The Healing Gates, led by the dwarf Acre, clashed with 31 dutiful hands, slaying 9. They really like slaying 9. The Influential Tomes, led by the dwarf Nomol, the Soaked Viper, clashed with 22 dutiful hands, slaying 10. We'll just let the rest of this run. Looking for names of monsters I haven't seen. Hate Riddles, the superior general was looted, and we finally fought with the rest of the dutiful hands and defense sled, slaying them. We searched it. No, you don't need to apologize. I'm just fucking giving you a hard time, dude. Don't worry about it. But trust me, yeah, I'm not going to let you forget that you posted a meme in Off Topic. That was on topic for a while. I will remind you of that. because it is very funny to me. But here, I'm adding a thing to the movies room. Now says and TV. There you go. I swear to Christ, if you post a picture of food in anything but the food room, though, I may have to like bring hell down onto the floor. All right. You just started season 4 of Ozarks and 100% blame Cutest and blame for these lost hours. You're welcome. I mean, when did you start season 1? Like a week and a half ago? I mean, come on. It's absolutely fantastic. Wait, did I get you hooked on Ozark? Cutest? Was that my fault that you watched Ozark? Because when I started watching Ozark, seasons 1 through 3 were out. And I'm pretty sure I watched the first 2 seasons in 2 days. That's like 10 hours apiece. And then I watched season 3 like the week over the next week because I realized there was only 3 seasons. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna hit a cave cliffhanger, aren't I? Oh come on. There's that last slab. All right, let's just check in on this. Sweet, this shit's empty. Perfect. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open these 2 levers. And tell my whole military to just go sit right here. And we're going to swoop through and clear out these goblins. And unforbid all of this armor. It's a pretty good set of spoils of war, if I do say so myself. Comes the dwarf to go pull the levers. Lever 1. Dwarfs pile in. Lever 2. Bonk. They go down. So the goblins are going to try and get out here. But we're going to run through and smack some goblins, I think. That's 1. Seems like the Goblin Lasher had their has a Hammer Dwarf bashes the Goblin Lasher in the head with the silver warhammer, bruising the skull and jamming the skull through the brain. Yeah, that guy's dead. On to the next one. But a few more are gonna come out. These goblins have been like sitting in this tunnel now for, I don't know, 6 months, maybe. They're all kind of going nuts already. But they're not gonna be helped by the fact that there's about 40 dwarves running through this tunnel now. Straight towards them. That's 2 down. Apparently we slaughtered a kid goat. Moving forward. Olin seems to be just in time to shatter you into a few pieces. Sorry to that dwarf back there who's just being startled by all of this sudden, unexpected violence. Sudden and unexpected, that is. Moving forward. Charging in. It's 3 more. And this is just a slaughter. One of the reasons I love the weapon variety in Dwarf Fortress is you don't always expect it to like have so much variety in the splatter shapes. It's like if you're using hammers as an example, right? You'll get a lot of splats on the ground pretty much. If you're using like swords, there will just be bits and pieces going everywhere. It'll be very carnage filled. If you're using like whips, it'll be like worse versions of the swords. If you're using like blunt weapons, then it's just like blood and teeth, and that's about it. Whoa. Okay. That's exciting. The Hydra Lethudri Adozotho has come. A giant dragon-like monster with 7 biting heads. I could kill it. Or I could catch it. I'm not going to say that this fort just got a lot more interesting, but this fort just got a lot more interesting. Chat room, Bastet needs a sub if anybody's feeling generous. What do we do? It's not that big of a deal. I don't have any trap setups for it. I guess the question is, do we want to kill it, chat? Do we want to kill it? Or do we want to try and catch it? I would say I try and catch it more often than not. I'm just over here trying to stretch. Catching it is a pain in the dick, though. But I have to, like, rebuild. By Dwarf Fortress definitions, wouldn't killing it be fun? Because fun is almost always attributed to violence and the splattering of things, you know? And the smearing of things out into a spiral and whatnot. Is it fireproof? No. I don't think anything except for demons and angels are fireproof, actually. Well, and Forgotten Beasts, but this isn't a Forgotten Beast. This is just a very large, rare animal. All right. Matchrag, the Stones of Power. Okay. Let's put them in there. Great, there's still one goblin swordsman left. Let's just kill that last one. So, I need all the dwarves to get inside quickly. Also, if your next question is I should trap it and use it as a weapon, it would die about as quickly as everything else you use against an army. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really work like that. If you want the creature to live, you shouldn't use it as a weapon. So if you want to kill it, just kill it. That's kind of my way of handling this sort of thing. It's like if you want to keep the creature, keep the creature. If you want to kill the creature, kill the creature. But throwing it at an enemy army, it'll just go and just die. There's like no reason to try and do that. It's a lady hydra, though, which means it'll lay eggs, I think. All right, so we were able to get the door shut, which means what I should do, I'm going to go for a cage trap. So we're going to do that. We're going to put in a bunch of cage traps, then we're going to open the door. When we open the door... Yeah, dwarves will make biscuits out of anything. Literally. Eyeball biscuits, brain biscuits, beef biscuits, leaf biscuits, pear biscuits, beer biscuits. Yeah, no, we'll catch it and place it up here somewhere and then attempt to train it, I think is what we'll do. Speaking of, we'll keep it up here. Just need to fill this center bit in. I actually had these weird tofu biscuits once at a Korean restaurant. I call them biscuits because they were the same size and shape as a biscuit, but they were made of tofu and they were deep fried. They were delicious. I mean, so, you know, there's a running joke in the Dwarf Fortress community of, oh, well, don't worry, one day they will discover how to make bread. Because dwarves can't make bread. They have all of the ingredients to make bread, but they don't know how to make bread. Like, literally, it is possible to acquire almost every single thing a dwarf could need to make bread, but they don't know how to make bread. Oh, right! I totally forgot about this. Also, Cog, the clother, is in a strange mood and making an artifact. Radish cake? Was it cakey? Or was it more like a crab cake? Like, when you say cake, do you mean it was like a birthday cake, or do you mean it was like a crab cake? Because I quite like fish cakes, which are something that you often get at like Korean restaurants. But they're very much not a cake. Okay, so then it's like a crab cake then, or like a fish cake. This dwarf's just like running in circles. I really need to cut this piece of wall out because it just kind of screws with them. It's like they're all storing stuff in stockpiles. Once they're done storing stuff in stockpiles, then they can go and make that cage trap, or those 2 cage traps that we need. Carrot plant stew? I don't think carrot... Don't quote me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think like the leaves that sprout out of the tops of carrots are edible for humans. Like, I'm pretty sure like they're toxic to us. Like, they will give you a really upset stomach if you eat them. Cog, the clother, has created Ligon Doc, a frilly sheepwool cloak. Claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Kodal. Growth arrows. It's worth a lot of Sethal, the Wanderer of Hedgemans. This is a frilly sheep's wool cloak. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with single-cut paradots and encircled with bands of sheep's wool, round gabbro cabochons, and gold. It is made from sheep's wool cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of alpaca bone and menaces with spikes of llama wool, peridot, and tower cap. Meanwhile, beets. Beets are one of my favorite root vegetables because all of those leaves are edible. Although if you cut the leaves, you get smaller beets by the end, but that's fine. You always have a few that you harvest the leaves on and a few that you just kind of, you know, for all intents and purpose, just let grow. I feel like everything is of the nightshade family. I know that that's wrong, but like, I feel like everything's in the nightshade family. Like whenever we're talking about any kind of even remotely toxic plants, people are like, that's in the nightshade family. And then I look it up and it turns out, yep, it's in the nightshade family. Nightshade's a pretty big family, is all I'm trying to say. You've not eaten carrot greens, don't know if they're toxic. Do yourself a favor. Don't. That's it. Don't. Like, I don't think it'll kill you, but it's not good for you. So much shit to be put away. Yeah, tomato and potato. That's probably why this comes up frequently. Is because potato greens and tomato greens are things that people ask about eating pretty frequently. Parsnip leaves aren't just toxic, but they'll also give you a rash if you hold them. I speak with experience as somebody who carried a bunch of parsnips not too long ago. And yes, I got a rash on my hands that lasted for about 6-7 hours. Carrot greens are safe? I'd swear that they were poisonous, but like I said, correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, please correct me. You've been told that? You've been told the opposite. Yeah, which is why I'm like, I can't remember, honestly, if they're safe or not. You found damp stone? That means there's either water above or right next to that tile. Or it's an aquifer. One of the three. There's water somewhere in the general vicinity. Usually what I do if I hit damp stone is I go back a few tiles, go up a few tiles, and then try and dig over top, construct over top, or dig over top of it to see what's there. And if there is something there, then careful. Means there's water nearby, basically. Yeah. If you will get sick by an eggplant dish, I feel like that's the fault of the person cooking the eggplant, because eggplant needs to be really, 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 like, to take words out of my dad's mouth, you really killed that pancake by that. You really overcooked that pancake. You really need to kill an eggplant. Like, if an eggplant is undercooked, it makes me sick. But if I really kill it, as my dad would say, then they're fine. Although my mom has this plant called Dutch artichoke, which is a plant that it's a root plant, kind of. It's a little root vegetable thing. They're an invasive species here, but they're really easy to grow because turns out invasive species often very easy to grow. Anyway, I have some in one of my pots, and my mom has some too. The first time you eat it, you feel like you're gonna die, and you also have to stupidly overcook it because it's very harsh on your gut, essentially. But once you've eaten it a couple of times, your body eventually just like figures out how to eat it. And it's delicious and it tastes like artichoke hearts, except like in much larger dose portion sizes. The problem is, the problem is, or the thing is, it only does that to you like the first 2 or 3 times you eat it. But after you finish that, it becomes like actual like edible food. But you still have to completely overcook it every time. You have to boil it, fry it, freeze it, and then cook it again, basically, so it doesn't kill you. It's really good for you. Now, are you sure that they mean treat worms as in, like, get worms out of their gut and not, like, give a treat to their pet worms? Because my mom has a thing of pet worms, and I'm sure that they would love some pumpkin seeds. Hey, cave lobster stew. Fuck yeah. That sounds like actually good. This is me making a spot for where I'm going to train lobsters. You sure? I don't know. Maybe fact check that. I'm being sarcastic. Don't actually fact check that. Humans still get intestinal parasites, except the only time we hear about it is in like photographs of like scans and operations on Reddit. Usually in /r what the fuck. I mean, Egyptians used to use honey to fix toothaches, Elamino. So, you know, you know, like, just because they thought they were a remedy doesn't mean it's effective or efficient. Just because they used it as a remedy doesn't mean it's effective or efficient. Yes, but it also makes cavities significantly worse. And toothaches are not always a microbial problem. They're usually a corrosion problem on the outside of the tooth. So, hey, corrosion caused by small critters that are eating the tooth away. Let's put honey on it, because that'll make it better. Also, chat rooms, how many more times do I need to shout that Bastet needs a sub before somebody fixes this problem? Does get rid of the tooth faster? Well, at that point, so would like a hammer and a nail. And that would probably be less painful and quicker. Instead of just the slow, ongoing pain until further notice of having, you know, a tooth rot. Okay, so we finished one of those mechanisms. That's trap number 1. Done. Like I say, don't believe everything you read, or don't believe everything you read, and definitely don't believe everything you watch in a YouTube video, and absolutely don't believe everything you see in my YouTube videos. Except for Dwarf Fortress is good. Give Bay 12 money. Believe that. That's the one real takeaway from this. That you should wholeheartedly agree with, frankly. Hey. So we're about 30 minutes past where I said that I was going to stop playing Dwarfs. You want to know what happened? Chat sped up again. And Hydra showed up. Hello, Darren. How are you? Dwarf Fortress for you? I don't know. Sometimes the people watching this stream need a kick in the teeth to keep the chat moving. And autumn has arrived on the calendar. Well, the one concern right now is that traders or migrants may show up. And if those people show up, well, that means that they may just show up and kill the fucking Hydra before I get the opportunity to keep it alive. The more you think about memes and off topic, the less sense it has. What do you mean? Off topic is for things that don't belong in any other room on the Discord. So if there is no room for the topic you wish to discuss, you put it into off topic. So if it's a meme, it goes into memes. If it's your pet, it goes into pet pictures. If it's a weeb bullshit, it goes into weeb trash. If it's computer stuff, it goes in computer builds, etc. Why is it so complicated? All I have to say, by the way, in regards to your topic, I don't want to like flare up the topic, but the thing that you posted on Discord, Frog, eye roll. That's all I have to say to that. But not everybody's experiences is the same. I mean, I would beg to disagree and say that you should have posted it in the movies section, but it's fine. I've changed the movies section to movies and TV now. It makes less and less sense why you posted the meme in off topic? Well, I mean, naturally. This is why I was kind of making fun of you for doing that, because I think it's funny. Like, why would you do that? That makes no sense. We have a room for this, my dude. But I digress. That slug on the window was in 2020. I remember that slug on the window post. Why, are you scrolling up off topic to see what other things have been posted at off topic? I remember that post. Time flies pretty quickly when you're not paying attention to it. And it flies even faster when you are paying attention to it. Oh, you remembered the slug. Well, so did I. This is the traps process that we are working on. You looked up when it was. Wonder what ever happened to that slug. Wonder if it made it down the building. Because you're not on the first floor, are you? Hmm. Seeing a weird article on The Verge. I'm gonna link this in chat. All right, so that's one. Okay, so we got 2 cages. Need 2 more. It's 1 loading cage trap. Anybody else loading cage trap? We'll just follow you. That's a weird feature. So essentially, YouTube is, which I'd never noticed this feature before, but I've had YouTube Premium for a while. Apparently, it'll let people skip to the most popular portions of a video, which is very strange to me, because it kind of goes against literally everything YouTube wants. Isn't that another feature stolen from Pornhub? Pornhub has that feature? I mean, maybe I never acknowledged or realized that Pornhub had that feature. Maybe I don't spend enough time on that website to find out. Also, is it stolen or adapted? I think it's adapted. I just think it's weird because it goes against literally everything that the YouTube algorithm wants us to do. The YouTube algorithm wants us to make videos that people watch the whole video. Thumbnails weren't. However, the animated so thumbnails weren't, but like when you hover over a video and it shows the video playing, that was. Or rather, initially it was an animated GIF with a few random screens, and then it eventually turned into the like preview. So preview was. But then again, like vast majority of the features Twitch has were adapted from various adult cam sites. Like bits, subscriptions, private streams for subscribers only, reruns, highlighted messages, all taken from adult streams. But also, like, yeah, also pilot guys, right? I mean, DVD was popularized because that's the format that porn used. Laserdisc failed because porn didn't use it. VHS succeeded because that's the format that was widely adopted by adult film companies. VR film? Oh, great. Well, a caravan has arrived, meaning my plan kind of is about to fail because this Hydra's about to go die to a caravan. And also, kill my outpost liaison. No, this is a widely known fact. Whenever a new media format appears, all right, there goes that dwarf as well. Sorry, new outpost liaison. You're back? Well, a Hydra just killed my traders. So much for trading. Anyway, yeah, it's a widely known fact that the formats that we use are the formats we use because the adult film industry adopted them. That's a widely known fact. Not to be, like, argued against. Yeah, absolutely. They're the ones at the front. They're like, that industry makes money by innovating, right? So if there is a new, like, market, they innovate that new market. That's what that industry does. And we're catching this guy, hopefully. Come on, Hydra. Well, I mean, it's a large portion of the reason why VR has succeeded as well as it has. I mean, half of the highest selling VR games are either Beat Saber or Beat Saber-like games, VR chat, which is porn, and adult film. Like, it's and the better that stuff gets, the oh, there goes that dwarf. The better that stuff gets, the Hydra bites the outpost liaison in the head, and the severed part sails off in an arc. I think we've had like 4 outpost liaisons. This guy's arrived, but you can leave now, Hydra. No, I'm not gonna heal you, but you can go get caught in my cage trap. Please go get caught in my cage trap. Don't turn around. There you go. Perfect. We now have a Hydra. It cost me a whole set of traders, chat. And an outpost liaison. Meaning my faction is going to be thrilled with me. But, hey, we got him, so win-win, I suppose. Let's jump up here. Guess we need to wait for them to put it into the stockpile, don't we? Worth it? I don't know about that necessarily, but sure. Well, I guess we do have to do another couple days of this fort. Got to do something with this Hydra. I was kind of planning on retiring it at the end of today, but we have a Hydra now. Got to keep doing 40 things. No, 40 things only do 50 things? I don't know where to go with this conversation, so I'll say fine. It's not the direction I was expecting you to take that, Dwarf, but hey, we're finding all the merchants dead. Wonder who we blame for this. It was a poor joke? Well, I mean, it was a poor joke. At least it wasn't a 60 joke. I'm kind of surprised that none of these dwarves have cave adaptation yet.
You suck.
You screwed up that command the first time, pilot. Everybody at pilot and laugh at him. Or don't. I feel like I should make a command where it's just like, you screwed up the command. It's your fault. And we keep finding all of these various... You blame beer? Blame an inanimate object for your own failures? My foot hurts. I blame this chair. It's not this chair's fault. The Forgotten Beast. Fucking Domid Nalunguthurgabazdur has come. A blob composed of vomit. It has a gaunt appearance and a broad shell. Beware, it's poisonous gas. What is it with blobs composed of substance in this world? Anyway, It should be able to make it into the fort. But it's just composed of vomit, so how bad can it really be? Living pile of puke. Yep. Yep. I'm trying to think of somebody that I'd be like, that's obviously this game's version of, and insert like a celebrity's name here, but I can't like think of one without just like being mean. Like I was gonna say Elon Musk, but like, you know, I don't like the guy, but I'm not gonna be that mean to him. He's a bit of a dingus, but I'm not gonna compare him to a pile of vomit. Sunsick? I don't understand the reference. Alrighty, Blobby. You coming to the fort yet? Seems like it. You'll eventually get there. Are you even on the side that we can access? Yes, you are. How convenient. All right. Well. Alrighty, Blobby McBlob stuff. Let's go kill you. If they can actually reach them there. Yes, they can. You know what? Why don't I mine out all this gold here? I got all this gold right here, and I'm not mining it. I should mine this gold. Funny. Maybe some of this gold, too. And also hack down some of those trees. It's a busy area. After we kill the pile of vomit first. Oh, it's like the living manifestation of the cave adaptation coming to murder us? I guess I could see that. It's like the yokai of drinking too much. You know, I've seen Hype Train Pat a number of times. That emote confuses me. Why are you petting a fish? Bad for fish to be pet. Like, literally, it's bad for their skin. Anyway, so my dwarves are, like, right here. Meaning this stupid blob just a little bit to the left, you blobkins. Blobkins McBluggus. Blobby blobders, the blobidins. Blobbity blob blobblers. Let's go that way. Come on. Gotta go to a little to the left. A whole bunch of dwarves just ready to get enveloped into your blobbiness. Get over there. Just a little to the left. This thing seems kind of non-committal about whether or not it wants to do violence. Maybe it read about what happened to all the other forgotten beasts of its kind, composed of various liquids and disgusting fluids. So we've had grime and filth, we've had water, we've had multiple vomit, we've had many a salt-composed blob. Well, just got a lot of blob monsters in it, I think. Anyway, blob monster has now entered the main area where dwarves hang out, and is now walking south. Hopefully, we'll get spotted pretty soon. They'll see it. Go get them. And dead. Shout outs to the Hammer Lord who bashed the Forgotten Beast in the body with its named hammer and fracturing the body. Well done. I'm also going to start smelting gold, because I now have a bunch of gold. I'm like, you know, why don't I just mine all this gold that's all here? You know, I should probably just do that. All right. They've probably placed that Hydra in a place where it needs to be now, so... Apparently I have a ram and an alpaca in cages. All right. Let's go down here. I'm going to slaughter those. And we are going to tame the Hydra. So apparently I have a strange mood happening, which I forgot about. Or I only just noticed. They've claimed a carpenter's workshop. Hold on, really? So, I feel like I've never had this happen before. I feel like every other fortress I've ever had I'll get an artifact. I'll get a few artifacts, and they'll just slowly get more complicated. And so I always assumed that the complexity of artifacts was based on the value of the fortress or like the age of the fortress or something like that. Yet then this happens. I get a artifact that's being made with 2 pieces of wood at like year 8 in a fortress. Like this fortress has been running for a bit now. But it's like, really? I was completely unaware that could happen. A baby pickaxe? Wait, what do you mean? Also, this dwarf is going to go tame a Hydra. Imagine being told, go tame a Hydra. Here's some buffalo meat. Although, frankly, I think a buffalo steak, probably a pretty good way to tame a Hydra, honestly. Like, if you're going to try and tame a Hydra, maybe one of the better ways to do that. Jeez, my foot. Right, yeah. Well, I mean, that would require a fell mood, right? In order to do that, you'd need a fell mood. But yes, I know what you mean now about the baby pickaxe. It's been a long time since I've had a fell mood. Because unfortunately, like, and this is why I want dwarves to get moody still, is because the less obtuse and difficult to manage they make stress, the less stupidly stressed dwarves you have, and thus the less fell moods you get. Fell moods become the rarest form of moods, which currently I think they are. A pickaxe weighed more than the baby? Yeah, naturally. Well, I mean, in order to make a pickaxe out of a baby, they're probably pulling other materials from other places that you're not seeing. You know, like staples, nails, some string. Gotta hold that pickaxe together somehow. So I now have a semi-wild hunt Hydra, who is now available as a pet. I don't think that they're available to be war trained, though. All right, Sport Tree Weapon Rack, and offers it to us as a offering. It's worth almost nothing. This is a Sport Tree Weapon Rack. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of Sport Tree, and on the item is an image of a forgotten beast in Sport Tree. It's a very simple weapon rack. Put it up there so that the dwarves working out can admire it. Keep working on this tower. I once had a dwarf make a leather jacket out of a dwarf. Probably the most disturbing, like, artifacts I ever had. It was a fell mood. Dwarf killed another dwarf and made a jacket out of the dwarf. I'm pretty sure that they are not separate sentient entities, so I don't think it would work that way. Although, because they grow their heads back, they can have their heads severed. But even after their heads have been severed, they can grow a new head in the place of that head. So it is possible that you could have a Hydra that gets 6 of its 7 heads cut off, and then you can then take a Necromancer and resurrect the heads. But it's not guaranteed to work. Type thing. But that's one of those weird, that could happen, theoretically, things in Dwarf Fortress. So it'll grow back its heads, and then you chop the heads off again, and then resurrect them. That's something that would be pretty easy to do in adventure mode, I would think. If you're playing like a very skilled warrior adventurer, you find a Hydra, chop 5 or 6 of its heads off, and then resurrect them. Not infinite Hydra heads. So you could theoretically make an army of undead Hydra heads. Theoretically, you could do something like that. Details. Sure. Yay, somebody finally did their job. Thank you. Bastet has now been gifted a sub by an anonymous gopher. Shoutouts to Anonymous. Chat, can I get a round of beers? I'm trying to think of other situations where you could theoretically get an infinite thing. Is there any other creatures that just grow back limbs in Dwarf Fort? I wish that was like a... I wish that was a perk that Forgotten Beasts could have, you know? Beware its ability to regrow or something. I've always wanted, like, because Tarn actually mentioned this in some really early DF Talk episodes, where he talks about wanting there to be, like, trees that will come attack you if you don't listen to the elves enough. Like, if initially the elves will come attack you, and then the trees will come attack you after. And I think about that because I really like Ents, right? Ents are my favorite fantasy creatures. I would love to see, like, Ents that just regenerated. Like, could you imagine, like, oh, it's just a tree that moves really slowly, that you chop it down and it almost instantly regrows. Like, imagine just, like, the most annoying, like, way of having Ents. And I really want that in Dwarf Fort. Bonus wood. Yeah, absolutely. Except maybe then the wood becomes more Ents. I mean, wood is an infinite wood resource already. Like, they grow back, so wood is already an infinite wood source. There's actually a little game called King Under the Mountain on Steam, which has a really interesting idea, which is every certain times of year for different species of tree, the trees will drop acorns or seeds, and then grow more trees from those seeds that drop. And if you just clear cut every tree on the map, trees won't grow back because there's no seeds for them, which I think is a really neat mechanic. I kind of wish Dwarf Fortress had that. Where trees had a response to make an army? You know, stories about trees attacking that don't take place in fantasy worlds are just silly to me. Like, I love to reference the happening, but, like, it's a terrible movie. I would almost argue worse than his rendition of The Last Airbender. And the reason I would almost argue that is because at the very least, I still like The Last Airbender after watching M. Night Shyamalan's Last Airbender. Definitely do not like The Happening after watching The Happening. Name escapes you? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. There's too many stories about, like, trees killing people, and none of them are good. How do I know? Because I know how to dig into the raws. Not to like toot my own horn or sound like an asshole or anything, but I'm not some newbie who plays this game casually or anything. I have a pretty good idea of what's in this game. Honestly, I think that Lord of the Rings is probably my favorite rendition. Honestly, Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers is my favorite visual rendition of Ents in media, period. Like, I really like the Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King video game. Even though it's not the greatest video game, I really like it just because you get to play as Gandalf in that whole sequence and like climb up Ents and like help release the docks and all that shit. That's just a really fun level. And also a really cool sequence in that movie. Also, the special effects were out of this fucking world the first time I saw that for their time. All right, so we now have this Hydra. I'm going to assign this Hydra to this chain. And I'm going to give it a... Chat, dumb question. Do Hydras lay eggs? Because Sethanos was saying they give birth to fully grown babies relatively recently. I would also expect them to lay eggs, but I don't think they do. I think they give birth to live young in Dwarfort. I know it's a female Hydra. Which doesn't answer my question. Does anybody here know if they lay eggs, or do I have to go look at the wiki? Because I don't think they do. That also doesn't answer my question. Whatever. None of you have like helped my question. I'm asking if they do in Dwarf Fortress, but it's fine. I'll go look it up on the wiki. Give me a sec. I'm professional. Despite being reptiles, hydras don't lay eggs. They give live birth, meaning they don't need a nest box, which answers my question. Because they're born adults, it is impossible for their offspring to become fully tame without modding. Some like hydras for their 7 heads. Also, here's an estimated size comparison between a hydra and a dwarf, courtesy of Dwarf Fortress Wiki. A very funny image. I didn't think they did, but I was right. So I don't need to give it a nest box. Smaller than expected? I mean, about the size of an elephant. I wouldn't want to stand next to that. Also, I don't say I know all of DF. I know the majority of DF. Yeah, I don't know everything in DF. I simply know a lot of things about DF. Basically, I know enough about DF to know that there are no Ents in DF. How's that? Now that I'll bring it back around to what we were discussing previously. I know for a fact there are no tree people in Dwarf Fortress outside of mods. I would love there to be tree people because I like tree people. Tree people are fun and amusing. And I do believe that at least Lord of the Rings tree people are the only political group that gets things done at a slower pace than America's Congress. Instead of, you know, like real life where it takes them about 2 weeks to say hello, it takes them like a couple months to say hello. It's like day 14. Now that we're done with introductions, we can go get tea. It's standing up and lying down really quickly. You don't. Also, you don't in an elf fortress, which requires modding. You cleaned out your hamster today? I'm sure you're not saying what I'm imagining. that's what I was going to clarify. Your hamster or the hamster cage? Because you said, I cleaned out my hamster today. You cleaned out your hamster? Or did you clean out your hamster's cage? Because one of those means something very different. But I'm going to assume that you meant that you cleaned out your hamster's cage. Well, the thing is, I know that Pink Fluffy Llama owns a hamster. Because Pink Fluffy Llama has been talking about this hamster refusing to do anything except for sleep all day. And frankly, if I lived in a small cage and wasn't employed and somebody fed me on an hour, like on a daily basis, I probably would just sleep all day too. You bankrupted the hamster's casino. That's not the direction I was going with that. I was imagining just like, I have a hamster. I have an ice cream scoop. I now have a taxidermied hamster. Is what I was thinking you were referring to. But I also have been sent to prison for animal abuse. Do dwarves like hamsters for anything? Hamster. Eurist likes hamsters for their puffy cheeks. Well, that's cool. It's for their puffy cheeks. I couldn't remember if it was for their puffy cheeks or for, like, something else. It's one that I often confuse. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. We got 1 count of disorderly conduct against that dwarf, but he's deceased, so it's fine. When your hamster fills their cheeks, they become a literal sphere. I have a question. Does your hamster, like, allow you to pick it up? Like, is it, like, actually okay with you existing around it? A mountain gnome has gone berserk. You know, maybe I should stop imprisoning these gnomes. I can't really do anything with them, and they just occasionally go insane and kill each other. Kind of starting to feel bad about it. I think I'm going to release these gnomes, chat. The Gnome Petting Zoo is fun, but I feel bad. I was kind of hoping I could keep them happy by just, like, giving them booze. Turns out that is certainly not the case. They slowly go insane and then try and murder me. So instead, I think I'm just going to deconstruct the cage traps up on the surface and just occasionally be happy when I see the gnomes show up. Because frankly, these gnomes are kind of making me sad. That's what I thought. Like, I feel like if I were to get a small critter like that, I'd probably get a hedgehog. And the reason I'd get a hedgehog is because hedgehogs, like, they're like family creatures, right? So they will bond to a family member. Now, do you get to... You know, honestly, these gnomes should thank me. They get to wear these golden chains around their necks. Anyway. But yeah, if I were to get a creature like that, I'd probably get a what's it called? I'm blanking again. I'd probably get a hedgehog, because hedgehogs bond with their owner, and then like they hate everybody else that isn't their owner, but they really like their owner. So what is hypothermia? Do you mean hypothermia or hypothermia? Hypothermia. I don't think that's a word. But that would make a lot of sense, considering hypothermia is a pretty serious affliction that usually results in hospitalization. That you really don't want. Also, gold chain destroyed by mountain gnome. Damn, they do not like having those chains on them. These are just going to be some ripped gnomes. Fair enough, freeways. Also, it's not like you can edit a Twitch chat message, so it's like a tweet. Once you've hit send, you kind of just have to commit. I'm releasing my gnomes. I feel bad because they're just going berserk occasionally and sometimes killing each other. Did that, Hey, there it is. That is definitely the longest title, though. But I hope you get well soon, because that sucks. Anyways. Really does suck, dude. Hope you feel better sooner rather than later. But yes, I do hope that you feel better soon. I think once your little hamster has lived their life, you'd get something more pettable like a rat. Rats are very pettable. Wait, like a work contract? Hold up. I mean, I haven't signed any contracts and dated them 2020 as a whoopsie. But I have certainly like fucked up saving like files and folders, and instead of dating them 2022, dating them 2020. I've done that a number of times just out of muscle habit. There's too many twos in the current year. It'll be easier when it's 2023. Parchment scroll. I got so many random scrolls that have no names. Ponder grammar. I do love that dwarf has been pondering grammar for a while. Let's go after... a dark metal slab. Ooh. So this is a slab with the secrets of life and death. Meaning it's a slab that necromancy came from. I don't think dwarves can actually read those slabs. I'm going to steal that one. Let's go for the secrets of life and death slab. Because that'll be a nice addition to our collection, I think. I'm sorry, what? There's a kitten here. That was overthrown by fear. Now it seems to be fine, though. Seems like a cat. But the fact that it's a dark metal slab, I want that slab in this fort. That seems cool. And visit the... Oh, dude, I've got so many reasons. There is so many reasons to visit this fort in adventure mode. Reason being 1, 2, 3, 4 true name demons right there. All cats are legendary climbers from birth, just like dwarves have infinite bellies for booze from birth. You know, I was talking about how I'm gonna retire this fort today. I don't think we're gonna retire this fort today, chat. Don't think so. Too many exciting things. I don't know about that, but I am enjoying this fort. The problem is if, assuming we continue to stay in this fort. Oh man, this guy's going kind of nuts. Assuming we continue to stay in this fort, I do and want to visit it in adventure mode. I have a bunch of forgotten beasts I need to kill too. The angels will be razored a little more. Yep, certainly seems that way. Let's also make this a pen/pasture. Put those gnomes here. Let's just let them release the gnomes. But yeah, I think that we're going to have to stick around this world a little bit longer. Or at least this portion of the world a little bit longer. Uh-oh. We got a gold throne that was toppled by a ghost. Where did I put that craft store shop? There it is. Oh crap, I got some dwarves I didn't memorialize. I thought I did. Whoops. Should have enough slabs to do that though. Let's just engrave that memorial. Get those ghosts dealt with. Let's get that done. Fly up. Also, Ned Flunders, did you only just pop in? Hi, it's good to see you. Sorry if I totally missed you as that flew by. For some reason, I thought you'd been here for a minute, but spaced on that. Apologies. But hello. Let's make 30 more slabs. Well, at least not all of these tombs have been claimed yet. We're getting there. So now we're like holding hands with the gnomes and leading them out of the fort. Looks like. Seem to have led them out of the fort. I'm going to remove all these mountain gnomes from the pasture now so they don't repasture them. Ban on certain exports? I can't export crowns. Well, that's fine. Stricken by melancholy. The concept of melancholic gnomes is really sad, man. I ruined this family of gnomes. I'm a bad person. They showed up to take my booze and I trapped them and put them in a room and now they're stricken with melancholy. So sad. Sad days. Damn, I'm getting hungry. I should go get my sandwich. I was going to get my sandwich an hour ago, and then I just didn't. Eesh. Eesh. That's all I can say. Dwarf saving. So I guess add making a gnome zoo to the list of the, I did a thing in a video game that I feel really bad about list. Because I did the thing and I feel really bad about it. Ugh. It's kind of true. I feel real bad about it. When I have mountain gnomes in the fort, I will simply leave booze out for them like Santa gets like cookies left out for him. That's the plan. I'm gonna go pull my insulin out of the fridge. I'll be back in a sec. Man, I wish I could send them to the mountain home. I just wish that they can, like, that the mountain gnomes could join, like, Plump Helmet Men can, you know? All right, geez, well, Here we go again! Problem is we might just have to fight these guys. The reason I say that is, what are you? Wolverine Man! Oh! Chat, we have a Marvel superhero. A family of them, in fact, in my fortress, it seems. A whole family of Marvel superheroes. Anyway, so my army's off on the other side of the world retrieving that dark metal slab, right? So essentially, I need to get these baddies into my base as quickly as possible. Let's open this lever. Okay, never mind. It's already been opened. Sweet. So let's jump down here. Let's go over here. Let's open the front drawbridge. Or close the front drawbridge, rather. So we want them to get into the fortress as quickly as possible. All right, I hit the wrong screen, but yes, the drawbridge is now closed. Well, that's not a small siege. Speaking of not a small siege, mission report: recover Burial Flare, the Mirthful Phantom, has completed, and this is the mission report. I don't think they left. Great. Well, regardless, hopefully they all make it into the fort before the goblins get to them, so I don't need to start a fight. They never asked for directions, I think. I could just tell them to go fight those, theoretically. But I also kind of really don't want to do that. This is going to turn into a fight, isn't it? It's more I don't want to clean up after this fight. So there's dwarves and goblins on the same screen. Fuck it, it's a fight. All right, well, here's what we got to do. We're going to be just fighting them out in the open. Bad timing. So the fighting begins. This is going to be a hell of a battle. Chad, I need a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves, because they are severely outnumbered. Also, shoutouts to our goblin who's in the middle of the fighting and the fray. Looks like the baddies brought dwarves too. Looks like one of my axe dwarves was killed. So far, so good, though. All of the dwarves have been sent to go fight now. Except for the ones that aren't for some reason. Doesn't look like we've lost anybody else, just the one. Look at them run. Well, that's cute. It's just like a wall of teeth and bits. Oh. Well, Hey, Ghost finally forgot that they really wanted a zinc table. That's fantastic. Anyway, I guess we can let the dwarves out now. Let's go to the bodies and corpses section. Also, I'm kind of curious. Oh, named an axe. You know, we're almost halfway to the you don't get any more migrants anymore because too many have died. We're almost halfway to that point. Worth noting. Let's get all of those bits and pieces out of here. Apparently a Wolverine woman was fighting for a second and then the dwarf stopped. So Wolverine, you leave. You gave up on what exactly? Oh, the wanting the thingy? Yeah, well, damn right. about bloody time. So the reason I didn't want to do this was I didn't want to fight for this. I don't like having to clean up after these fights. It's so much easier to just dump everything down into the basement and then just burn it all. Because then we don't have to deal with this, and we don't have to deal with this. But, you know, it's also not that bad. We do end, it does usually end with us having much tougher dwarves, but still, it kind of sucks. Yeah, not bad. We lost 1 dwarf total. That's it. Just the 1. And now most of these bits and pieces are just going to go down to the basement where they are going to be thrown into the lava. We even saved the Wolverine people. I don't know why, but Wolverine man is one of the funniest sentences I've ever read to me. It's like, well, it implies the existence of Wolverine people. Meaning there is just X-Men alive in this world. Someone should make an X-Men mod for this game. That would be a fun thing to, like, map on powers. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. Heads up. They have a healing factor? They do not. But imagine if they did. What's the investment thing? Figure it out. Doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant and it's only for bragging. That's all it is. But it's not that hard to figure out. Just watch what other people are doing and copy them. Learn by example, as they say. Good luck. That's a hefty investment. Only invest what you're willing to lose. It's worse odds than crypto. Actually, that's not true. It's way better odds than crypto. But yeah, this is why I didn't want to fight it, so that my dwarves have to spend like 10 days just dumping shit into lava. But oh well. It's fine. I'd much prefer to just burninate the baddies, but sometimes you just gotta do it the long way. I killed the Wolverine man, so now the Wolverine woman is just like fighting constantly. I shouldn't laugh at this. Not funny. wonder who's gonna knock out that last piece. Another garbage dump zone. They don't have to path over top each other as much. Fortunately, I don't think this will take too long. There's just so many teeth everywhere. Dwarf Fortress already displays carnage so effectively. I'm almost a little bit worried about what this game's gonna look like with the premium version. Being honest. Almost a little bit worried about what this game's gonna look like in the premium version. Because notice how, like, they've shown us the blood and gore sprites. They haven't shown us just a scene of a lot of violence yet. Like, we haven't seen that yet. That is not something they have shown us. We've seen, like, you know, a line of goblins in a trap tunnel, but we haven't seen, like, a big fight like this out in the open, where just bits and pieces go everywhere. Hell yeah, Stone 1, rip everybody else. Also, Stone, you're climbing back up. I've noticed. I mean, you were, like, at a rough point for a while there, but your wealth is increasing. They were worthless, and now you have 0. Yes. They'll have more soon. Also, somehow I just managed to open up a second instance of Dwarf Fortress. Whoops. Let's get rid of that. You ever just accidentally open up a second copy of the same game? Actually, chat, for those of you out there who play Dwarf Fortress, how many installs of Dwarf Fortress do you have? I'm curious if I'm weird. I mean, rather, I know I'm weird. But how many installs of Dwarf Fortress do you have, chat? Because I have about 14, maybe 20. If you count the ones I did for my birthday last year. And yeah, that's also if I include previous versions, because I still have, I've never actually deleted a copy of Dwarf Fortress. I've also never deleted a world for Dwarf Fortress. They all just go into a backup folder. You only have one? You had 4 to 5 Yayfulness? You haven't played in years? Makes sense. You probably gained it back in the last 10 minutes because you get 2 every 30 minutes. Calther. Non-subs get 1 every 30 minutes. So it's pay to win, sort of. If accumulation is winning. And if capitalism has taught us anything, accumulation is the only thing that matters. "45 were different versions. You only had 1 of any given version." Right. Well, I'll show you my main Dwarf Fortress install folder. This is just my main Dwarf Fortress install folder. I have about 4 others. So these are all different versions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But these are just for this variation of versions, right? That is the one with Long Death on it. Or rather, no, that's the one with Long Death on it. But I do have a like I also have this. The two different DF winter mods that I have. I have 2 installs of the Star Wars mod, 3 different installs with DF hack on different versions. 18 for my various birthday forts. 1 for the community world. I guess I'm yeah, no, I've got way too many different versions of DF installed. I've also been like thinking about going back to 2D DF and doing a run of that at some point. Playing actual like flat Dwarf Fortress. Because I saw a screenshot of somebody who was playing in like DF 2006 or something, 2007, like one of the first release versions. They had this fort and they're like, we kept it alive for, they said that they'd kept it alive for like 30 years in game or something, and they'd mined out almost the entirety of the map. Kind of looking at that, I'm like, man, I kind of want to do that. Go back and play with the 3 rivers. Well, I guess river, underwater, underground river, cavern, lava river. Satan. Maybe I should get chat. Would you guys want to watch that? Yes, you did just miss it. Hey, look, a giant gecko. Ugh. Gosh. There we go. The majority of the corpses are now gone. It's just teeth. Classic 2D Dwarf Fortress. Like one of the original release versions. Would you watch that? Was the question. It's basically like Dwarf Fortress, but everything works worse and it's not 3D. And everything causes lag. And everything breaks. It crashes a lot. But you can't shift between Z levels because there are none. What are you focused on, if I can ask? This is not a bad little tower with a Hydra in the top. I'm wondering why it's like flickering like this. It's like standing up and lying down on repeat nonstop. Ah, yes, I know what you mean. Monsters coming out of wells more frequently than they do now. Theoretically, they still could come out of the wells. There's just no reason for them to come out of wells. So they don't really. Trying to think what I should do at the top of this. There we go. That's our tower. Brought us all the way up to layer 11. How much higher does this go? 17? Kind of tempted to make like a flagpole or something. You're writing some code draft as a sort of joke? The only joke code that I know is like how to write a script that just makes Windows turn itself off. So then you make a notepad file and you set it as like, you set the icon to look like Internet Explorer. and then you save it as Internet Explorer.exe or whatever, and then you double click it and your computer shuts off. I did that to my dad once, and he shut the computer off like 4 times in a row, got really mad, and then figured out what it was, and then came and yelled at me. I thought that was a success. That's the closest thing I've ever done to writing up a piece of code as a joke. But I wouldn't even call that writing up code. It's more just like, that was just a joke that I pulled off, which I'm proud of, damn it. Let's do... Where's my gold? Where's my gold? There's my gold. Gold. And in the middle, let's put a gold wall. Isn't that just most code? Way over-engineered for what it needs to do? Like, there's so many things that just need to do one simple fucking thing. Yet instead they insist on trying to do everything. A house spur? Good question. I have no idea. What is it? Are you going to tell me, or do I just need to, like, guess? Because I wouldn't be able to. Well, we got some more slabs etched in. They're weed eating outside around the grass, around the outside of my building. And I'm real worried that they're going to shred up all of the clover seedlings that I've planted. Because me and my neighbor have been doing some guerrilla gardening. Let's see if I can get one final one up here. I don't even know if they'll be able to place it. I'll have to be real careful, but... You know, I kind of want to make the top, tippy top bit of this electrum instead of gold, just to, like, cheap out, but... It does once it flowers. But if they're still seedlings and they haven't flowered yet, that you can kill them. They're out there weed eating. So if they're TLDR, the company that my building hires to mow the lawn is really fucking bad at it. They do a better job digging up the lawn with their weed eaters than they do actually mowing anything. So they generally cause what I would describe as significantly more damage to the lawn than actually, like, helping make things look nice. And it's very frustrating. So it's something that me and my neighbors have been dealing with for a while. So our way of fixing this is we're trying to replace that patch of grass that they keep just gutting. With, what's the word I'm looking for here? Clover. But you do need it to flower before it starts to spread like a weed. But at least it's not an invasive species like the fucking grass we have planted here, which I think is kind of funny. It's like, for the vast majority of regions, lawn grass is an invasive species. I mean, weeds... Clover isn't a weed. Clover is a very good flower, and it's healthy for bees. Clover is very far from a weed. Some people don't like it for some stupid reason, but far and away from a weed. What, lawn grass? Absolutely. It's the single most cultivated crop in most, like, developed societies around the world. Doesn't make it good, healthy, or useful in any way. Hey, audio. Yeah, no, like, lawn grass is awful. And, like, frankly, should be illegal in some places. But I say this as somebody who lives in an apartment who doesn't own a house, so. Bees. Darren. That's a good thing. Bees are a positive thing. You want to have bees around your clover. Although if you're careful, you can, like, go into the middle of a patch of clover and just lie down and then just watch the bees buzz around you and work. Just be careful to not lie on any of them. And they're lovely. They will completely ignore you and just, like, be bees around you. You don't think you've seen lawn grass? I mean, if you live in, like, if you live in a non-developed area or, like, like out in the sticks, then yeah, absolutely. And then you're fine. You don't have to worry about it, but I mean, we actually have certain months of the year where you're not allowed to water your lawn here, which I think is kind of amazing, actually. It's a pretty recent thing, but it's like a city-wide bylaw. It's like May, you're not allowed to water your lawn or cut your lawn. June, July, August, you're not allowed to water or cut your lawn. It's like spring, early spring, and fall are the only times of the year that you're allowed to cut your lawn, which is kind of amazing as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't necessarily stop people. Nobody's really enforcing it, but you're allergic to bee stings? I'm sorry. But, no offense, but bees are more important than your allergy. Bees are super fucking important. Although I will say this, there are bees that don't sting. In fact, a large portion of, at least in this region, the vast majority of pollinators can't sting. Mason bees can't sting. Bumblebees can't sting. There's two main outliers. There's also a large number of different types of beetles and small buzzing flies that look bee-ish. In fact, some of them even have bee colors to trick things into thinking that they're bees that also pollinate, that also can't sting. So bees are a pollinator, yes, but the thing that most people are allergic to, honeybees, are not the majority of pollinators that need to be protected. But pollinators are what is literally keeping our planet from fucking dying. So it's just like, I mean, kind of a bad example, but I'm allergic to penicillin. But penicillin should still exist. You know. It's wasteful. It drives me nuts that my building has a sprinkler system. I actually redirected the auto sprinkler so that they don't spray on my porch and overwater my onions, which they would. That's funny. So phones are trying to force us to not use words and are trying to put us back in time to the era of hieroglyphics using emoji. And I think that it's collectively making us dumber. But, you know, as for why, good fucking question. Maybe one day I'll figure it out. I have a question. This is a genuine question. I know that, like, branding exists and the movie exists, but is there someone somewhere who's, like, an emoji billionaire? Like, have people gotten, like, wealthy as hell off of emoji and emoji as branding? That has to exist. That has to be a thing. Well, not necessarily. Certain functions of phones collectively make us dumber. Others are extremely useful. Like, has somebody gotten, like, who is, like, lobbying to force all keyboards to use and support emoji? Maybe I'm just a backwards person, but I really, really, really like Twitch emotes and think that they're awesome. Hate emoji. Can't stand. So I'm looking at my Twitter again. I got some more responses for NFTs, wrong answers only. Neurofibrillary tangles, obviously. Neptune's final transformation. No food tonight. Not for the timid. Naughty fingers tonight. Squints. I'll add that last one. Thanks, Twitter, for giving me content. Yeah, it drives me nuts that I have to put a space to do an old-fashioned smiley. Like, I can't just or like I can't just really do these anymore, right? Like, what if I want to, you know, do not that? Drives me crazy. Like, I used to spend so much time perfecting the speed at which I could type in a monkey face. Which is, like, which I can't do very quickly anymore. Yes, accurate, Stone. Accurate. I used to like have a full body and everything for the for the monkey. Yeah, no, I hate that too. It's like calling emotes Kleenex. It's like the Kleenex, actually. It's like somebody branded emotes so heavily that now we have to call it that. Oh, also, for any of you who are interested in / playing V Rising, if you're in this Discord server, I think Jess is about to launch a server for it. So, if people, you know, want to try playing that, I might just accept that key and try it over the weekend. But I don't know. No, ASCII line art can be used to make and show emotion. An emote, if you will. An emoji is a Unicode branded face emote. So it's like emoji is a brand of an emote. It's like Kleenex is a brand of tissue and Band-Aid is a brand of bandage. Technically, Band-Aid isn't a thing. It's a brand called Band-Aid. A Weaver Guild has been established. Do I really have that many Weavers? I guess I've kind of like cranked up. Yep, I definitely have cranked up the clothing industry. All right, well, I guess I get to make a Weavers Guild now. Weavers Guild. I mean, anything can be porn if you're into it enough. So, that's not really relevant, but yes. Allow me to introduce you to everybody's favorite emoji. There you go. That's a little adult film right there. Emojis absolutely can be porn. Rule 34 territory. It reminds me of the, like, there was this ice cream place in the town that I grew up in. Like, this little gelato place. And they had decent coffee. remember going there with a friend of mine. Can't remember what we were doing previously, but we were just like wandering around town for some reason. I don't know. We were kids, and we went to this. I forgot the sweat drops. Okay, well, I also don't generally post emoji, but like, okay, let me try this again. I'm going to create an adult film in chat. Eggplant emoji. Where is that other one? Nope, not what I'm looking for. There you go. Fingers crossed you get lucky tonight. Anyway, enough fucking emojis, quite literally. But anyway, we were in this like gelato place, and they had this clock, right? And it sort of looked like a cuckoo clock, like you know those old timey cuckoo clocks that have like the thing that tings back and forth, but obviously were like replicas made in the like 70s that were also really shit. Anyway, somebody like put this fake fruit bowl on the top of the clock. So there's this older like replica clock. And there was this fake fruit bowl on it, right? And at the center of the fruit bowl was a peach, and beneath the fruit bowl was a banana. And I remember my friend just like looking up at it and then starting to laugh hysterically. And I'm pointing at it. I mean, looking at it and going, huh. And it very much looked like a dick and a butt. Like, it was positioned in that exact angle where you're just like, huh. Ghanaian used to be fun and nice to talk to. Now you just make sad memes about me. I mean, it was, once again, 7 hours ago, in fact. It can be a vinyl stream right now. There you go. Look at that. Happy? What's up, Ghanaian? It's good to see you again. I mean, like, the actual Galaxy Brain play would be to comment on the fact that this used to be a Roller Coaster Tycoon stream. That would actually be the Galaxy Brain play there, because that is true. And also, I haven't streamed that game since, like, 2018. I apparently have a KV. If I didn't have to, like, pasture KVs, that's your line. True. If I didn't have to pasture KVs, then life would be so much easier. That's honestly the reason I don't like them, is because they're useless and I have to pasture them. Open Roller Coaster Tycoon coming as well. Oh boy, do I have stuff to school you on. Apparently there's an open Roller Coaster Tycoon coming. Chat, did you know that there's apparently an open Roller Coaster Tycoon coming? And Mountain Gnome has guzzled some of my booze. Good for you, Mountain Gnome. We'll brew more. TLDR, half of my mods used to work on OpenRCT, and like the guy, so OpenRCT has existed since like 2015 proper, I would say, and half of the people in this chat, well, not anymore, but at the time back then, the vast majority of my chat were either actively working on it, testing it, reporting bugs, or running around and trying to promote the damn thing. So yeah, it's the difference between it and OpenTTD though is nobody has sat down and remade all the graphics. So you still need to own Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 or Classic. I don't think 1 works. But you get all of the features from 1 and 2 if you play it that way. So, I mean, worth it. I mean, Hobo was here from those days. There's at least 2 people. Hobo's lurking right now, though. Yeah, there's a few people lurking from those days. Not many, but a few. Oh, that command's been gone for years. I think it's open.rct.net. Yeah, there it is. .org. Yeah, the most recent update was 4 days ago on the 15th. But yeah, no, I mean, you do still need the original game to run it. So it's basically just a moves Roller Coaster Tycoon from machine code to C++, I think? I don't know. I'm not a programmer. But they completely redid the entire game, the ground up. What's been happening? I have a Hydra. Or do you mean in general, or do you mean in Dwarfort? Because I have a Hydra. Struggling to maintain relevance. We have 122 dwarves. I was making a Mountain Gnome Zoo, and then I felt bad because they kept going insane, so I released them, and now I just have a stockpile of booze down here for them to show up and chug every so often, and I love them, and they're great. Apparently, this dwarf has a strange mood. As for real life, getting by, surviving. I was planning on swapping games an hour ago, and then I didn't. So I should do that. Hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube because YouTube decided to promote me very heavily for about a week. And since then, they've kind of slowed down, but YouTube channel's still doing better, so that's nice. Chilling, pretty much. Yourself, Johnny? We'll see what happens over this weekend, though. The Hydra really woke everything up. Yeah, no, this chat was kind of falling asleep. This fort was kind of falling asleep, and then suddenly, oh, hey, fuck, a Hydra. and then everything woke up for a little bit. We'll see, though. A dwarf researching. I mean, they want to write a book. This dwarf has a title. What is your title? Moses sword caught the earthen sanctum of everything. That's quite the title. Wonder if I luck into 2. I'm not going to get my hopes up, put it that way. You're very happy that you haven't missed more Citizen Sleeper. Citizen Sleeper is incredible. Like, I mean, we're going to try and finish it tonight. That's the goal. Try and finish it tonight. Your CNC business took off? Fuck yeah, dude. So, what kind of CNC work do you do? And are you doing it from home, or? Well, that's cool. The Guild of Furnaces. That doesn't make any sense for that name. Now has many members in Angelrazor, and now requires a guild hall. In the location must be built and furnished with the hall designated for a weaver guild. Well, at least now we have a location for weaving-based artifacts. Gold ped. 5. Let's make some gold pedestals. Are you grass feeding locally sourced CNC machines? Because that's adorable, if so. Everybody loves their CNC machines organic, you know that. Come on. But yeah, no, that's rad. It's great to hear that shit's taken off. The garage has 2 CN machines. You're basically cutting everything people want or need. Oh, really? At the moment, you have an order for 500 reserve signs. Oh, awesome. For a chain of local eateries. Friend of a friend of mine, a guy I sort of know, couple of years back, started up by like late teens or mid-teens, I would say, 5-6 years ago, started a business where he was making guitar backs just out of his garage. His parents had some money, so they invested quite a lot of money into it, basically helping him buy all of his machinery and whatnot because his parents worked in housing and owned a bunch of land. So they basically sold a house and gave him the money to launch his business, which is like, holy fuck, you lucky son of a... Anyway, beak dog leather, alpaca wool cloth, pigtail cloth, spore tree logs, cave spider silk cloth, giant snail leather, black cap logs, and 2 pieces of marble artifact in a craft store shop. Any bets on what he makes? But they invested quite a bit of money into his business, and he, to my knowledge, has paid them back entirely for it. But he was originally just making custom guitar backs, right? Like that's what he started off doing, and eventually he did well enough doing that he was able to hire an employee, and they expanded out into his garage, and then took over the unfinished basement in the house, and expanded to furniture and started making like dressers and shit and desks, and then they partnered with another small carpentry shop out of Vancouver and filed a patent. And the patent that they filed was for taking chopsticks, putting them into into like a box, pouring resin over them, filing them down, and then building furniture out of that. So they have the patent for that, essentially. And now it's like a multi-million-dollar business because this is Vancouver, which has a huge number of like Asian eateries that all use chopsticks, and they're all fucking made of wood and disposable. So they just literally have a service where it's just like, yeah, like we will distribute these boxes around. Just put the chopsticks into this box. When the box is full, we'll come pick it up and we resin them and build furniture out of them. He's built like he built a stage for TEDx. He built last I checked, he was supposed to fly to Singapore recently to open an office in Singapore, but that like got canceled because pandemic flared back up. But like he's supposed to go in like 3 months or something to Singapore. It's kind of like, huh. But yeah, it's cool to see people's private businesses take off. It's nice. It's actually another private business that I saw take off relatively recently was at the very beginning of the pandemic. There's this little rental house that's close to where my parents live. It's like this duplex rental house, right? So it's like 2 homes kind of stapled together, basically. 1 floor, very small house. But they both have a little garage. And one guy put up a sign that says, lawnmower repair. And it's now his full-time job. To the point where it's just like, does not take drop-ins, by appointment only, and he's got a huge waiting list, and he'll just fix your lawnmower, which is kind of awesome. So, Moses, very long title, the stoneworker has created Usi Sithkakid Avuz Muthkat, a marble earring, and claims it as an heirloom. It's a hell of a long name for an earring. Grim Pale, the Mine of Mentions. 18,000 Dwarf bucks. This is a marble earring. All Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round marble cabochons and decorated with pigtail and beak dog leather and encircled with bands of snail leather and spore tree and alpaca wool. This object menaces with spikes of marble and black cap. On the item is an image of 2 giant wrens in cave spider silk. You know what? If David Lynch ever makes a cameo, I want to pay him to read a dwarf description. Just like a dwarf description. I don't know why, but I suddenly just really want to hear David Lynch go, this is filmmaker David Lynch, then just like reading all that. A success from something so small is crazy cool. Yeah, it's kind of well, it's literally like that woodworking shop. What the reason they're so successful is sheer ambition and investment, and then the patent is what made them take off. Like they were already successful before they got the patent. Now they have like it's got like 8 employees or something. Like the shop is split between 2 companies that share the patent. One is like friend of a friend's business, and then the other one is the other shop that originally had the patent that they split it with. So it's still like, you know, there's maybe like 20 people working there, but it's still kind of crazy. Now, if like he would spend like his money on things that wasn't, you know, buying a shit ton of land and then paving it so that you can park his like half dozen trucks on it. If he would spend the money on something else, I'd get along with him better, but his ambitions, he's a fun drinking guy. He's a fun guy to hang out with and go eat food and drink, but I wouldn't really hang out with him outside of that. I'll put it that way. Very different views on the world, unfortunately. Yeah, you have eucalyptus and varieties of pine. I'll be honest, I never really thought about that, but yeah, that does make sense. Although I'll say this, the varieties of trees we have over here are rapidly becoming protected. It's like the options of what you can actually use for things is shrinking. Quite rapidly as well. What, from pine beetles? I'm assuming is what you mean when you say pine? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, here it's just pine beetles that are killing all of our pine. It's up to you. You know, there's lots of things that people can do that are super helpful, that make problems like that better, Gunnian. There's lots of things that they could do, but that costs money. And even if there's a solution to a problem, unless there's money put on the table to solve the problem's not going to get solved. This is why, like, global warming is such a incredibly difficult issue to solve, is because it's like, well, unfortunately, it's cheaper and more profitable to do the opposite. You know what I'm saying? So it sucks, but it's just kind of the reality. The BPPR needs to infect both the currant or a gooseberry plant and a white pine to complete its life cycle. So that's strange. Yeah, I'm not familiar with whatever that fungus is. Funniest article you wished was satire yesterday. Global warming could be solved by partially blocking the sun. That's a theory that's been flying around for a while. Like, so there's this really good line, which is just, regardless of how absurd it is, somebody has probably considered it. I can't remember who originally said that. That might be a Darwin thing. Anyway, but regardless of how absurd it is, somebody has considered it. And yes, I too have seen the, yo, you know, we could blot out the sun argument. But like, I don't know. Your brother wants to have a fleet of robots that you can teleoperate that give you rewards for destroying the correct kinds of invasive plants. Ooh. Okay. Has your brother seen the episode of Black Mirror with the bees? Good old space umbrella method. Yeah, we just need a really big sun umbrella and some suntan lotion. But yeah, no, that TLDR, that episode is mentally scarring. Black Mirror is coming back for another season? I was going to say, the last one was pretty bad, so, I mean, I'll watch it, because when Black Mirror is good, it's really good. Am I expecting it to be good? I don't know. I don't know. That I don't know about. Although, one thing I will say about Black Mirror is that it proved that I don't automatically recognize Miley Cyrus. That's one thing that I have to say is I don't automatically recognize Miley Cyrus, apparently. Also, elves have arrived to trade, apparently. It's a twofer? Why don't we just, like, stop destroying the planet? I mean, I know that might seem like a ridiculous notion, but the math works out in engineering terms, even with current technology. The big problem is the space-based sun shields IRC is it's still prohibitively expensive to actually get shit up there. You know, it's funny that we're talking about this, right? Because last night I watched a video on NoClip's second channel, NoClip Crew, where they talk about that one map in Unreal Tournament that's just like, I think it's called The Face, where it's just like an asteroid in Earth orbit with two towers, one on either side of it, and it's just like orbiting around the Earth. That's all it is. And it's like the worst map in video game history that's also like weirdly fun if you play against bots, which is why I have fond memories of playing that map, because I definitely didn't have a internet connection at the time. But like he literally, as part of the video, because it's just basically like 20 minutes of Danny O'Dwyer gushing about how much he loves that map. But there's part of the video where they get a physicist to tell them whether or not it is possible that something like that could exist. And he goes, well, in theory, of course, if the... actually, no, I can't sell clothing to these things because who knows what's in them. There we go. Anyway, he's like, well, you see, in theory... I have prepped? Yay, I do. Prepped food. Pot. That's what I want. He's like, well, in theory, if we pulled a asteroid close to the Earth and then used the materials on the asteroid to build on it, possible. Which is kind of funny. What I do love is how life imitates art. We humans are thinking about blocking out the sun because it's too hot. Every embark I ever have ends up constructing a giant sun-blocking construction so that your dwarves don't get sick. Ironically, I would say the sun-blocking construction is what's making your dwarves sick, because you just need to make sure that they have some sunlight in their life on a daily basis, and you won't have any problems. But yeah. Trent said in an interview that he's essentially rich and famous, and he finds it extremely difficult to write quality episodes because his view of the world is no longer jaded because he has money. You know, I have a hard time feeling okay about recommending video games because I get them all for free. So I can actually relate to that. Like, right now, I would say you should go buy this video game that I'm going to link in the chat. That video game. It takes you about 45 minutes to an hour to 100% it. It's $2. But I also don't know if I can legitimately recommend it because I got it for free. Yet it's a $2 video game. But I don't know if I can... You know what I'm saying? It's this problems I have. And that goes for all walks of life. It's just like Elon Musk shouldn't have the right to say anything about manual laborers. Because the dude's a fucking billionaire. And was raised by parents who owned an emerald mine. Dude has no concept of what actual life is like outside of his very protected, massive bubble that he lives in. A black bear. They got a giant wombat? I'm sorry, what? Really? Giant wombat? What if he seizes? I mean, so as a bored stoner who's depressed all the time, I can associate with Elon Musk and I understand how he feels because he's a bored stoner who's probably depressed all the time. The difference is I'm a bored stoner who's depressed all the time who also sometimes struggles to pay bills. Whereas... he doesn't have that issue. And, yes, he should keep his mouth fucking shut. Full stop. Forever. Like, dude needs a PR person and needs to not have access to a Twitter account. But it's going to bankrupt himself. He's going to bankrupt himself, so it's fine. And to me, I think that only becomes more obvious the more times situations happen where he says something dumb or tries to buy a thing, and then everybody turns around and goes, hey, we don't want you to do that. Just becomes more and more obvious that, oh yeah, in fact, he has no idea how the rest of the world thinks. It shows how dumb he is? True that. But I wasn't necessarily saying what is best for the rest of the world. I was saying what was best for him, and he absolutely shouldn't be active on Twitter with the way he likes to mouth off. Just like I should hire a PR person to run my Twitter, the difference is I'm a borderline irrelevant streamer who plays video games on Twitch. So if I say something stupid, it doesn't, bankrupt companies. It just... makes me look stupid, which is totally fine, really, in the grand scheme of things. Like, nobody gets hurt if I say something stupid. If Elon Musk bankrupts his companies, then a lot of people lose jobs. On a gaming note, you've only purchased like one game in 3 months, Noida, and you refuse to watch videos on it. You've died 700 times and you're just loving it. Well, that's fantastic. I'm glad you're enjoying Noida. You're assuming one day he's going to be found dead as a result of some incredibly niche, depraved sex act? I think that's more likely to happen to me. But... fair. Hi back, I'm still blind. Welcome back, Taylor. Find his bat. Wait, what? No, I'm definitely Gregory. I have a much more normal person name than Elon. Sorry to shock you, but it's true. I need 2 more gold tables. It's a lot of miasma over there. This guild should be real happy. Put that dress in here, that cow leather coat, and that frilly sheep wool coat. You know how much I used to get harassed and bullied because of that fucking skit in high school? Fuckload. Fuckload. People used to harass me up, down, left, right, make fun of me, mock me. Use that as a reason to beat me up. Yeah, it was good times. Then later when I got a job, we had old Greg, Greg, and other Greg. I was other Greg because I was the newest Greg. And by the time I quit that job, I graduated from other Greg to old Greg because I was the oldest Greg that worked there at the time. But old Greg was like in his 30s and he quit around the time after I'd been working there for about a year. And then old Greg came back, and then he was old new Greg. Or new old Greg? Yes. Because there was like 4 Gregs working there at one point. But yeah, no, I mean that skit caused me a lot of grief as a teenager. It's a fine skit. It's funny as it is. It's funny enough, but it's like, man, bad memories. Giant cave toad is fighting with my administrator, who literally kicks it he kicks the giant cave toad in the rear leg with his left hand, bruising the muscle. Also, my name is Greg with 1 G, not 2 Gs. My name is not spelled the British way. It's spelled the, I don't know, non-British way. But yeah, if I could like erase that skit from history, it would have probably made my depression as an adult a little better because I wouldn't have had as much like childhood PTSD from it. Like that's something that I still sometimes have nightmares out of. Is that stupid fucking skit. Okay, we can drop this joke now because it stopped being funny before it started. Elsar. Thank you. Cheers, Gonian. You go be productive. All good. Just, like, if something is truly not funny, I'm just gonna shut it down. One of my dwarves had a baby. It's an old British skit that went viral in the late aughts, I would say. Mid-aughts. In, like, the early days of the internet. If you just go to YouTube and type in Old Greg, you'll find it. It's just British sketch comedy, that's all it is. Since you can't delete it from history. I wish I could delete it from history, but I'll live. Because it did genuinely cause me a lot of grief. Oops, I used the wrong tables. And there they go. Still weird that I have so much gold that all of my furniture is made out of gold. Neither. I don't like labels. I'm just me. Also, do you mean like are you asking me the question of do I prefer sci-fi or fantasy? Because D&D is some of the worst experiences I've ever had being around other human beings. Like not even exaggerating, I absolutely despise playing D&D. And I don't think I've ever had a good experience playing a tabletop RPG. So, like on the brunt of the question, if you're asking me what I prefer, science fiction, far and away. Hands down, no question. Just because I've had bad experiences playing tabletop fantasy RPGs, doesn't matter the theme. But good afternoon, Paper Cuts Hurt Me. What's up? It's also just not the way I enjoy socializing with other people. I spend enough time inside in my house working at a computer. I don't need my recreation to be inside staring at a piece of paper. Well, I don't get the reference then. All right. Well, that's probably far and away the most wealthy guild hall we have. It's a grand guild hall. I mean, I do have a lot of weavers. But, looking around, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I think it's time for me to go get my lunch. So, because I'm getting hungry, like no exaggeration, I'm getting hungry. What I think we're gonna do is I'm going to save, and then I'm gonna play some music. When I come back, we're gonna pick up Citizen Sleeper. We will play this fortress again on Wednesday, I think. But I do recommend you stick around, regardless of if you're here for Dwarf Fort in specific, because Citizen Sleeper's real fucking cool. But for tuning out, there are 2 people, or 1 person actually. The other one's somebody who claims AI is playing Dwarf Fortress, but it's probably just DF playing DF. So either you can watch like Dwarf Fort play Dwarf Fort, or you can watch somebody else play Dwarf Fort. It's up to you. But we're done with Dwarf Fort for the day. We're gonna go finish Citizen Sleeper. Damn it, because if I don't finish Citizen Sleeper, I'm not gonna finish it tonight. If I don't do it now, I'm not gonna finish it. But you have a good night, Ned Flunders, if you're heading out. But of course, I prefer if you all stick around. So I don't know. I don't go bankrupt. But, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Gonna close some tabs I don't need open. Close DF. Gonna go put us in the right directory first, though. Well, if you want to see more forts and more Dorothy things, there's the YouTube channel. And like I said, I'll give you guys some music.